Oh, no, just.
Oh, I don't know that.
But if you put this on, he notices.
Okay.
And that you're waiting, just so long as you're not saying off-colored things while it's on.
Good morning, commissioners, and good morning, public. I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Secretary Armijo, can you go ahead and do, oh, I'm sorry, it is 9:02. Okay.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Chair Brower,
Here.
Vice Chair Burt. Secretary Armijo's here. Commissioner Carrillo,
Here.
Commissioner Ingham,
Here.
Commissioner Klasicevich,
Here.
Commissioner Gibson,
Here.
Commissioner Manus,
He's right there in the foyer.
See them, they'll come. I can't see the one.
Secretary Armijo, Commissioner Manus is here, but he's not present right now in the room. So we'll let you know when he comes back.
all righty. Commissioner Beck,
Here.
Commissioner Taylor,
Here.
we have a quorum of 8 when Commissioner Manus joins. Actually 9, I'm sorry.
Great. Thank you. All right. Could we have Commissioner Beck lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioner Gibson, I should have said this earlier, but can you lead us in the salute to the flag?
Salute the flag, the state of New Mexico, and the Z symbol, perfect friendship among united cultures.
Great. Thank you. Vice Chair Burt has joined us as well. All right, moving on to item number 2, approval of our agenda.
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck.
Second.
All right. Secretary?
All righty. Secretary Armijo votes yes. Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kościelич,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
and Commissioner Taylor
Yes.
and Chair Brower.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Great. Thank you, Secretary. Item number 3 is our open forum. Ms. Brown, how many folks do we have in the?
We have 3 people who want to speak for a public forum. Our first is Valerie Martinez. Valerie, I'm going to give you the opportunity to speak.
Great. And Missy,
Please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
great. And before we do that, Missy, did we include the people who are in person too? That might be.
There was nobody signed up for in person. There are
Okay.
just 3 people online.
Gotcha. Did we have a sign-in sheet out there?
We
Okay.
did,
Yeah, let's go ahead and permit that.
yes. So we have 4 speakers.
Yeah, so each speaker will have 3 minutes each to provide their public comment. Before we jump in, we will gently remind you when your 3 minutes are up, and we just do ask you to just, you know, oblige the timer, and or like when we ask you to close out, go ahead and close out. Thank you. All right, the first person, Missy, who was that person again?
The first person is Valerie Martinez. And again, Ms. Martinez, if you could please spell your name for the court reporter, and I will start timing you after you've done that.
Yes, hello, my name is Valerie Martinez, VALERIE MARTINEZ. And I'm the director of Artful Life. Thank you so much, members of the PEC, for having me today. For the past 12 years, our Artful Life project teams have been working with the community of the International District in Albuquerque, including 5 youth teams in the district in that time. And as you may all know, the International District is the most ethnically diverse legislative district in the state of New Mexico. It's also the epicenter of refugee settlement. It is a beautiful community, and a community that is deeply challenged by poverty, urban blight, high infant mortality rates. It's an urban heat island, and so residents living there face real challenges. Our youth teams engage with the community. They talk to them about issues of urgency. They talk to them about their dreams for their families and their future. And they use this to envision works of public art, and with the community create works of public art in the International District community. You can visit the Artful Life website to see those works of art. International District families are large and multi-generational often, and their youth often are taking care of their siblings. They're working full time. They're taking care of the elders in their families. And many of them have tried other high schools in Albuquerque and failed there, and have found what they need at the Cesar Chavez Community School. Cesar Chavez hybrid approach to educating their students, as well as their wraparound services, are extraordinary. And many of the youth that we've worked with talk about the way that this school is really meeting their needs like no other place in Albuquerque. It is extraordinary work, and so that's why I'm speaking in support of this school. I have found the staff, the faculty, the principal, and the students at Cesar Chavez incredibly flexible and responsive, not only to each other's needs, but to the needs of the students. For that reason, I have served on the foundation board at Cesar Chavez for several years. The last thing I want to say is I've been listening into many of your meetings, especially when the Cesar Chavez School was discussed. And it's been a little bit curious to me that we don't hear more about the extraordinary contributions of this school. And that's why I felt it very necessary to speak today. And I just want to make sure that you understand how much this school means to this community, and that I encourage you to be willing to work with this school and to enable it to continue doing the really remarkable work that it's doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Martinez.
That was perfect timing. Our next speaker is Prairie Beaumier. Please spell your name. Thank you.
Okay, you can hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Prairie Beaumier, Prairieboulimer. And this morning I thought I would just read a letter that came from Melissa Salazar. She's a parent at La Tierra Montessori School of the Arts and Sciences in Española, and she could not make the meeting today. She had a health appointment, and here's her letter. Many parents continue to be concerned about the administration of La Tierra. Here's a brief update of what has occurred or not since your last special meeting, where you made recommendations for Mr. Casados and Ms. Herrera to reach out to parents. Number one, 2 security issues have occurred in the last 2 weeks where students have made threats of harm to the school or school personnel. Parents were informed only that there was a threat, but no details, only that these were contained and addressed. Mr. Casados indicated that it was addressed and there is no need for any further communication to parents. Based on the frequency of these threats, I asked Ms. Herrera via phone if there had been any active shooter training or will there be one scheduled. This is the 3rd security threat this year. She indicated that there had not been any active shooter trainings and that she herself is worried about the safety of the children because of the large amount of windows in the school building. Teachers have told me that the doors to the classrooms are unable to be locked. Other items of concern: the Spanish bilingual teacher resigned the week of 2/6 and will not be replaced. Number 3, teachers have been notified through an email directed that they are not allowed to contact parents with any concerns or risk administrative punishment. I'm not going to read the rest of this letter because I think that it has gone to you, but I just wanted to highlight, for me personally, as a co-founder of La Tierra, my main concern for the school right now is for the safety of the children and the teachers. Should anyone walk up to that school with an intent to harm, a school that is divided and in crisis, that cannot guarantee the safety of its students, should not be in operation. And to my knowledge, the governing council and the head learner have not made any attempts in all the time that we have been showing up and suiting up, making plans, taking notes, and being an active part of looking for solutions.
Thank you so much, Bray. Could you go ahead and finish up your last part? Thank you.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say, please, please consider the safety of La Tierra as you discuss the school today. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And was that chime all on hers or was
It was all on hers.
Okay,
Jack.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
that's okay.
It's the ninth.
Yeah. I do want to direct the commission that we did receive 2 different emails. It looked like between last night and this morning. One has the letter that was just referred to, and there's another email in there as well.
Our next speaker is Forrest Verde Dudek. Please spell your name for the court reporter, and then I will start the timer.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Forrest, Forrest, Verde, Verde, Dudek, Dudek. Thank you for time to speak. I wrote a statement out, and I don't think I'm gonna read it. I'm just exhausted, and I'm a parent or a former parent at La Tierra Montessori. This whole experience has been disheartening and disappointing. I'm coming in front of the PEC during the special meeting last time and the meeting prior to that. I was hoping to have some accountability regarding the assault of my son and the way it has been handled by the head learner, the way it was handled by the governing council. And it has just been a complete and utter failure of this system, that my son and his siblings had to leave the school that my family has been a part of since the founding of the school. And the person who assaulted my son is still there on staff with students on a daily basis. And this statement that I wrote, you've all heard it. And the way that the parents were referred to as problems and by the commission that we have gripes and maybe we should just leave the school. It's an insult. It's insulting to me as a parent trying to advocate for a 7-year-old who was hurt by a staff member and to come in front of this commission and to be told that I am the problem as a parent who takes time out of my day, out of my work day, out of my family time to attend governing council meetings, to attend parent meetings, to try to find solutions for this school that's in crisis, and to come in front of this commission and be told that we as parents are the problem. How is that possible for us to be involved and in these meetings and seeing how this is being run, and this governing council president, Isaac Casados, how he's running this school into the ground, and we come in front of you and we are the problem, and that person is able to lie and go on and tell these accusations to this commission, and we have no recourse. We have no way to respond to that because we have been shut out. I can't even get a response from the head learner about the withdrawal of my children. I wanted a withdrawal slip because they took my children out of school because I was refusing to bring them to school until the issue was addressed. And no response from the school, no response from the governing council, and unfortunately, no response from this commission. And I have nothing else to say. I'm just completely disappointed by the utter failure of this system to be able to hold Isaac Casados and the head learner, Patricia Herrera, accountable for the assault of my son and the individual who assaulted my son. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Our final public commenter is Roger Montoya.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. My name is Roger Montoya, ROGER, MONTOYA. Commissioners, Chairman, thank you so much for your work, first of all. About 12 years ago, Prairie Boulmier Darden and I sat in these seats as the La Tierra Montessori School was unanimously chartered. We started off on something that we felt was really important for the community of Española. As a former legislator and committee chair, a committee member of the Health and Human Services Committee and the LESC, I understand so critically how important public school choice and charter schools are to the state of New Mexico. I don't know that we fully understood when we wrote the charter together how important a Montessori model could be to a community like Española on the tribal community of Okewenge. In my opinion, the biggest challenge has been to find the Montessori fidelity and training in a head learner who also has the fidelity to school policy and state statute around public education. It has been a very big challenge. There are cases and studies across the nation where schools have been successful. At its best, La Tierra has been a Montessori-inspired school. The arts and sciences have played a critical role. In fact, from a data perspective, 65 children have graduated and attended and graduated from the New Mexico School for the Arts. That's a testament to the integrated nature of the school design. As we listen to parents and community members, and in fact, the co-chair, Ms. Boulmier, about the school being in crisis, you know, the main goal of your role is to support schools like La Tierra, and I commend the work that you do, to find resolve, to bring the communities together. And I think you're doing that today, and I appreciate that. That's part and parcel of why I came in person. To the head learner, Patricia Herrera, and the entire board of governance, the current board, Isaac Casados, in my opinion, in watching a myriad, I think we've had 9 head learners in just 10 years. This is the strongest team we have ever seen. The board of governance is the most diverse and reflective of community in the history. The level of compliance, particularly around financial fiduciary responsibility, which is the primary concern of the governance, has been exemplary. I think in closing, one of the main challenges is that in the 10 years, we've only had one leader with Montessori training. And to her credit, she's done a good job of bringing that together. The challenge is, in my opinion, is that La Tierra Montessori School of the Arts and Sciences is a public school. It is not a private school. And what I can see from my perspective is that the softening of school policy and that sort of cutting of corners and creating a model that is not as compliant is really at the crux of how this school is in dysfunction. In closing, I thank you again. I believe that this school is vitally important and that we can look to the promise of resolve, corrective action. We can fix the challenges that the school faces because it is so critically important. Thank you so much for your time today. Thank you, Mr. Montoya. Missy, was that everyone? I thought you said there was 3 on the phone, or was there 2 on the?
There were 3 on the phone. We heard from Valerie Martinez, Prairie Blumiere, Forrest Verde Dudek.
Gotcha.
And
Great.
Cohen and
Thank
Fritz.
you.
That's everybody.
I'll be better at counting next time. All right, moving on to item number 4, consent agenda. So we have the approval of the minutes and transcripts. We also have notifications and requests to amend the charter contract. And then, yeah, those are the 2 big things that are on our consent agenda.
Move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Madam Secretary, can you do the roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Koshy,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes, and Vice Chair Burt.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Thank you, Secretary Armijo. Since we did not pull anything off of the consent agenda, we're going to skip number 5 and move to item number 6, discussion and possible action regarding 2021, 2022 annual reports. Director Chavez?
Thank you, commissioners. Good morning. Welcome to all the folks that are visiting. And I didn't check to see who is here potentially from Aldo Leopold, which is the first school that we will talk about. When I was visiting the school last week, I understood that the head administrator was not going to be able to make the meeting because of something prior that had been scheduled, but I spent substantial amount of time walking through this report, which, by the way, should say draft, right? It's a draft annual report. And I'd like to just walk the commission through it. So this is, first of all, want to clarify that this is a report that is long due to you all. It is for the 21-22 school year. And so we have been waiting for academic data, and you all know that there's been challenges on the PED side for getting that data released. But this is a draft report that provides you with information about the school that I think is super helpful. So this school is in Silver City. Dr. Anthony Smith is the new head administrator, came from the state of Washington. You guys met him last month or the month before that. We include the name of the governing board chair, the business manager, who is a on-site one school business manager. She serves only this school. They serve grades 6 through 12. They have an authorized enrollment of 210 students, but currently have an enrollment at the end of, I should say, not current, but at the end of 21-22, their enrollment was 153 students. They recently moved into the Western New Mexico campus, so they're occupying a building that was formerly a dormitory, I believe. The mission at Aldo Leopold Charter School is that the human and natural environment serve as a text and lab for learning through direct experience, inquiry, and stewardship. There's more information about the school, which was originally chartered by the PEC in 2010, and how the school has a relationship with a nonprofit organization, nonprofit foundation, who works on helping to support the school's facility. Experiential learning is really key at Aldo. It's part of the mission, and it's evident throughout the school. You could see evidence of students that are off campus, learning in the community and in the natural environment. They have a really strong relationship with the Youth Conservation Corps that provides internships for students. They also conduct numerous field trips, overnight backpacking trips, and they utilize the Gila Wilderness as an essential part of their curriculum. The school has invested time and energy really focusing on safety, so that while they're taking students into those places, staff know how to respond and support kids for being safe. The next thing you'll see in the report is the demographics as reported in the STARS 21-22 end of year report. So you'll see that the comparison between the school, the district, and the state in terms of the percentage of students that attend Aldo. And then moving on, we are sharing with you enrollment percentages by subgroup. So the students with disabilities, English learner, gifted, and economically disadvantaged student percentages are in your report. The next part of the report is really informational. It's not specific to this school. It just talks about the state accountability system and the assessments that were administered in this year, 21-22. And then the following tables are percentages of student proficiencies in the core subject areas. So we report out on the school district and state percentages of proficiency in reading. Because the school does not serve elementary grades, early literacy is there, but you don't see any scores for Aldo. You'll see the math and look at how they shine in the sciences. Then we talk about we present the percent proficiency in reading by ethnicity. So you can see the comparison of subgroups and how Aldo does. And I just, one caveat here is that we give you all of the data, but it could be that the number of students are pretty low. We opted towards giving you all information. In terms of the percent proficiency in reading by subgroup, we also see how the school is doing relative to district and state. They're doing a good job with the economically disadvantaged students and maybe have room to grow in some of the other areas. In terms of percent proficiency in mathematics by ethnicity, again, a comparison between the school, the district, and the state. And by subgroup also. So while we were there was some reflection on the data and acknowledgement of areas that the school might want to increase their efforts and or look at the programming to better serve some populations. This was tremendously helpful for the school to be able to see the data. It makes sense that when they are giving students hand-on learning experiences related to the science, that students are doing really well in the sciences. We also provide information about English learner progress towards proficiency and see that although they have a fairly low percentage of EL students, they are doing well by them. The next area that we present in the annual reports is the high school graduation. And so we're providing 4-year, 5-year, and 6-year cohort figures. And as to be expected, we see that the school is increasing graduation over time. The percentages are higher as we go from 4 to 6 years. We also share information about 4-year graduation by ethnicity and 4-year graduation by subgroups. So then we report out on the mission specific goals at the school, and the goal was written by the school along with the scale for evaluating the goal and reporting out to us that for goal number 1, they met the standard with 81%. And for goal number 2, they also met the standard with 79%.
A quick question. Sorry to interrupt you. It's on page 7 of 11. It's the 4-year graduation by ethnicity. Why is there no bar for either Blacks or Native Americans?
I think it's because the N is so low.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and just to orient commissioners, I didn't ask the schools to come and to sit with you all to explain the results. My understanding was that this was a presentation to you and there wasn't going to be interaction back and forth. And so that's why if a school leader is not here or if you have questions, thank you, Commissioner Carrillo, for directing them at me. I don't think we're asking schools to explain this. They have had copies of the draft and as I explained yesterday, I walked through this report with each of the school letters and fielded any questions they had or concerns with the indicator ratings with them prior to presenting this information to you. So on page 10 is the current charter term indicator ratings. You'll see last year's, when I say last year's, I mean 2021. And also the 21-22 ratings, just so that we're attempting to provide you all information from the entire charter term as requested by former Chair Burt, so that you can know the school's records. And as we discussed yesterday, that some of the data is still pending, right? Even with last year, and that because the 2021 school year was modified school visits, you'll see that we asked the schools to provide assurances rather than do site visits in person to be able to gauge. So the school has many greens. They have some working to meet standard. 1B, for example, is the state assessment requirements. And I want us to take another look at this. I had a discussion yesterday with Dr. Alexis Alvarez about how the state is counting participation rates. And so there is a slight possibility that that one could change. Again, this is a draft report, but my intention was to provide the commission with as much information as soon as possible. And so that's why you're looking at this report. But I just wanted to highlight that the state assessment requirements looked at participation and that could change. But the school is doing a great job with protecting the rights of students with disabilities, serving English learners, meeting program requirements. They have some financial compliance indicators that are red. I actually thought 2C, responsive to audit findings, was a yellow. Oh no. The explanation for why the school got the colors is down below on page 11. So for each indicator that is not green, we provided an explanation. So I was just able to check my memory. And 2A, actually 2A is the one that needs to be yellow. So I apologize. I just discovered a need for correcting this report. We had multiple iterations of the report. And as I mentioned yesterday, while we were on site at the school, we discovered that they had indeed submitted the cap. We corrected that, but in this version, that's not there. So I will stand to any questions at this point. We have 2 other schools to review and just want to make sure that the commission has an opportunity to ask any questions.
Thank you, Director Chavez. I do want to just remind the commission, we're going to look at each of these individually. I have one quick question. Director Chavez, I think you mentioned this as a draft. So I think we were wanting to accept these today, but it sounds like there are additional shifts that you need to do in this before we accept this. Is that correct?
I see one indicator on this report that needs to change.
Okay. Gotcha. So I think we were hoping to accept these, and you mentioned that they were drafts still. And so can you just explain a little bit about how you were sharing that as drafts so that because we want to take action, but we can't accept a draft form?
Absolutely. Well, and I thought we had talked about the fact that there is not the full set of academic information from the PED. So when we look at the indicator ratings, the first couple say pending, right? And that is because we're waiting for vistas to be finalized. So although it is a draft because of that, it is our best possible report at this time, pending that mistake that I just discovered.
I think Director Chavez, the update that you just discovered, I think is something that we probably need to have before we can accept this. And then
absolutely. So my staff are working on making that change right now. I'll upload a new one. And again, the indicator that needs to turn to yellow is 2A.
Gotcha. And then I just want to share, I don't know if draft is the right terminology for us to be able to accept I understand that we don't have certain data, but we have to. My understanding was we were going to accept these and inform, but we can't. I don't know if we can accept like a draft, if that's what you're suggesting.
So the reason why I used the word draft was because of the 2 pending indicators. And so if you want to word it differently with your motion or however you want to accept it, That's why I use the word draft.
Commissioners, questions, and we're gonna focus in on this specific school for now. And if you have additional like larger questions like I just did for Director Chavez, feel free to do that. We can't provide questions or discussion with the school. It's just with the charter school division today. Commissioner Creo, then Commissioner Gibson.
The first, and I'm just curious, is there anybody that's not on the panel, but that might be just from the school that's even listening, that's present? Just, it's a yes or no question. From Aldo?
I was correct at this time.
All right, just curious about that. Okay, so obviously, and this is get off the desk. What was there? Think, I love that. Think outside the desk, right? I love that. And that's evident when we look at the science results, because relative to other schools in the state, I mean, it's off the charts how well they do in science. And I think it's just testament to when you get kids out of the classroom and excited about what's around them, and they're learning with their hands and smelling and seeing, that it produces results. The reading is ahead, 61, that's it's all right. I think sometimes the bar in New Mexico, we're used to it being so incredibly low that when we see a 61, which when you think about it is really kind of like a low C, right? We're like, woo, 61. And it's like, no, that's not where we want to be. And, but still, I mean, I applaud them for that. When we look, I imagine when I looked at populations, when we look at African-American and Asian, it would seem like the population at the school is so small that it would probably just take one or two kids to do one or two things to dramatically affect outcomes. So I'm taking that into account. The challenge I have on the reading side is, and this is big throughout the state, is with our Hispanic students and Native Americans. And so first off, I'm really glad we're looking at this, and I hope we do this with like every school in a way, because it's what we were discussing yesterday. What do we do with the information when we get it? So when it's time for a renewal, no one's surprised. So here, and I know that Ms. Chavez is listening, I would say that I would use the word deeply concerned about reading levels for the Hispanics and Native American populations, Caucasians too. And I'd want to know, what are you doing? What are you doing to really focus on this? And maybe it's, someone who is a reading specialist is going to, maybe the pullouts or whatever they need to do. I just want to know that they're doing something so that these same Native American kids at this school, while they might graduate with a diploma, because anyone, let's face it, you can graduate with a D average, but that they're really proficient in reading, because that's going to be critical for the rest of their lives. So I would just want to let the school know that that's something that I'm looking at as a commissioner, and same with the English language learners, and then math. I'm like across the board, it's interesting that they're doing so well in science and math is so low. So I would say that is a critical red flag that this school needs to address. And so this is February of 2023. I definitely want to see progress in 6 months. And maybe it's just some little report they give to the CSC saying, hey, look, we're doing all this cool stuff for math, and we've seen our just internal scores increase. And then so that when we're looking at this next February, we see all of these numbers in a big jump. And so that commitment to math is something that I would want to see. Graduation rate is was certainly I'm sorry, I just get a kick out of graduation rate, because to graduate, the bar is just so remarkably low. So to me, it's all about proficiency, and they're doing well in a lot of different areas. So it's just kind of integrating maybe math more into daily curriculum. But the think outside the desk, man, that's just like the greatest thing ever. So those would be my comments on this report.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gibson, then Commissioner Burt, then Commissioner Beck.
So in light of what we talked about yesterday, about how we see us using these reports and how it is important that something be communicated that has the PEC's name on it, so that there's there's that evidence. And in light of the fact that these are listed in our meeting materials as draft, and yesterday we talked about coming up with a form so that the form could be populated. It would be easy then to communicate to the school the concerns that the PEC has outlined right there, simple form. It goes, and that also gives the director some direction when communicating with the schools, and the school can then has the flexibility to communicate with the director in terms of what their plans have been or ongoing, and she can keep us updated at any meeting during her report time if there's a concern that they're not following through on action plans that they have created. I would recommend that we move this item to next month to give us time to create the form. Considering this is draft, I hesitate to take action on something that was listed as a draft to accept it. And that would give us time to populate the form. And it's only 3 schools. So it's not like we're holding off, 50 schools to do this. I think that would, and that way we're working with every school in the same way, not going back after we have the form and doing these 3 schools. Just let's get the form and start next month, and we'll have most likely more schools so that we can do that. So my recommendation would be to move this item to next month so that we can get the form together. Maybe you can form a subcommittee to create the form. So.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson, Vice Chair Burt, then Commissioner Beck.
I think I'm on the same page as that. I think, instead of it, I think we just need to consider what we label it to, because I know it still needs to have things added to it, but we need to have it final and then supplement.
Right.
I think would probably be the better way to do it. So like what's there is final. And then, because I think we can make a motion that we accepted it in the final form, but CSD can supplement academic data when.
Or pending.
Yeah, something like that.
Release of academic data. Or
Yeah.
something, yeah.
So that's where I'm kind of going to, and I think that's a good, I like the idea of figuring out the process of reviewing the annual reports, what this form could look like that goes back out to the school from the PEC with only 3 schools instead of once you get to the big bulk of them. So I feel like it's better to figure out the process now over the next month than just do it today and figure it out later and then retroactively apply it back to these schools. So I'm kind of in the same space. I did have, let me go back to the right page. One of the things that I think could be, the one thing, I've told Director Chavez this many times that I really like that the CSD team started doing when every time they rate a school on any indicator on anything is they give an explanation. And I think those are so helpful. One of the explanations though, I'm wondering if we can like flip the way the explanation's given. So like, for example, 4A is a working to meet on their lottery. Basically it's the lottery policy and it says it largely meets CSD standards. But I think what could be more helpful is how did it not meet CSD standard? So like just flip the explanation, because I'm like, I wonder which part of the lottery process didn't meet. Like it sounds like almost all of it did, but there's something in it that didn't. And that's what I would be interested in knowing what the part is that didn't. Like, is it a small thing that didn't, or is it like a big thing that didn't? So yeah, I think that's going to be my idea too. I think these are, I mean, I'm definitely looking forward. I told Chair Brower, like, as I'm looking through this, I'm like, I'm looking forward to next year when we get 2 years of the same assessment and we can see growth, because I mean, proficiency is important and it's one indicator to show us how students are performing. But for me, it's by far not the most valuable indicator, because I don't know. I mean, not that Aldo Leopold is not doing an excellent job, but if the students are coming in and like, you know, they're high in science as they come into Aldo Leopold, and so the 70, I think it was like 79% proficient in science, like incredible. But what if last year they were 85% of them were proficient, you know, like, and actually it's going down, because it is hard to grow students who are already proficient. So proficiency is one bar, but I'm definitely looking forward to seeing growth in future years, which I just know it's there's nothing we can do about it right now today, and that's fine. The world is what it is, and we are where we are. So I think this report is going to feel better next year, even more so. Yeah, and those were really the only like concerns that I had with the school. I mean, I do think this would definitely be a good example of a school that I would like to see that letter go out from the PEC saying, hey, we see that you have significant financial concerns and we will be looking for improvement on those in your annual report next year. I mean, I feel like that's a simple thing to communicate back to the school, and that way the school knows we saw it too, you saw it, we saw it, we're all on the same page, and let's improve. Which I know, once again, the tough thing about this too is, and this is why I don't think I'll support on the form telling them like, I want to see your plan 6 months from now, because this was already 8 months ago. So really the school should be like correcting these things this year. So like to tell them, hey, now tell me what you're gonna do. I mean, really, you should already be doing, I guess you could tell what you've already done this school year to help with these things, but it feels like a waste of time, because now we're already at the place where you're going to be getting another financial audit coming soon. It's already past the point where like your plan to us is going to make an impact. So that's kind of where I'm like, I think just having the communication, like, hey, just so the PEC did look at this. We know that this is an issue, and we all know. Clear.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Beck, and then Mr. Sherwood.
Yeah, I agree with Commissioner Burt, Co-Chair Burt, and Commissioner Gibson. We need to move on that form for sure. And you know, the idea of the form, from my understanding from yesterday, is not to ask for a plan back or anything like that. Just to acknowledge that we see some challenges, and so that we have documented that. And then I believe Director Chavez came up with a really good idea to have that be part of when they go before their community, make sure that that's part of it. So that's kind of where we were. One thing that I noticed from my old days, obviously, you pointed out very accurately that I believe it's the Native American, Black, and Asian, I think are 5 students totally. So that obviously skews the data a little bit. But from my old days in teaching, there was usually, and I talked to Commissioner Gibson about that, there's usually a direct correlation between their proficiencies in science and their proficiencies in math. Usually, you know, we have this little thing that I'm sure 1 or 2 of you have heard about called STEM. And within there, that's S is science and M is math. And so it's to Commissioner Carrillo's point, it's a red flag in terms of the mathematics piece of it. So that would be something that they should definitely look at and see why there's such a disparity there in data. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. Commissioner Carrillo.
Oh, were you gonna let Wayne speak first?
You know,
or-
I just talked to Wayne on the side,
Oh,
since
got
he
it. Okay.
doesn't technically work for the school anymore. I just wanted to make sure we were just abiding by, our protocol. And so I think on the, on a break, we can connect with him.
That's cool.
Sure.
No, I agree with what Commissioners Burt and Gibson said around having the form. So does this mean that we would develop the form in the working session? This form doesn't exist right now.
I made the suggestion to have a subcommittee do it.
Oh, God.
Or a sub. So anyway, we'll look at the form. We can look at the form in the working session and then use it. Or, I mean, didn't we have some sort of not a rule, but didn't we have something that if we're going to introduce something new like that, we had to introduce it, the public sees it, then we can't use it for another 30 days? I mean, we did do that. So I like the idea of having this at the next meeting. I don't want to wait an additional 30, but just going back to what we had done as a commission, last year. But anyway, I like the idea of the form, getting it out as quickly as possible. I really don't care what means it is. And even if in this case we violate our own little thing, just get it out for the next month. I think that's a great idea. And then I agree completely with there's no have tos for them. This is informational only. However, after a year, when we do this again, there needs to be a have to if we don't see any growth. Okay, I like all the head nods. Those are cool. And then I'm curious about Director Chavez, what part of the lottery didn't they meet to our standard?
Yeah,
Or
thank you.
rule.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo. What the guidance that we've been providing to charter schools is they should separate out the lottery application from the enrollment
Right.
process, right? So if you merge those documents and you see questions like, does the student have an IEP? Does the student have an English language designation? That sort of a thing. Then it could be perceived as there's a condition for being admitted to the school. And so we're asking schools to separate out those two things. And they have them combined. It's more efficient for the school, but it doesn't meet the guidance that we're providing.
So I would say in that particular case, that needs to be corrected post haste, like immediately. And then you can report it to us in the next meeting, because that was a real biggie when we were going over this lottery stuff. I don't know, 18 months ago or whatever. Because there were a couple of schools. It's like you were so trying to vet people and weed them out. It was so obvious. I won't name the schools, but no, they need to do that. And then I think that one of the suggestions that we had in that regard was there's something online that they can do with the lottery, and then until they're accepted, they don't even have access to all of this other information to be able to give to the school, so that they can't. So there's blinders on no matter what, in terms of whether or not, they're accepted in the school. So I don't know how others feel, but I would say that, by the next meeting, they need to have that corrected, because it's lottery season. So anyway, so there's that, and I'm good. I'm glad we're doing this with these schools today.
Commissioner Gibson, Manus, and then Klaus Klitschko.
Fully embrace the transparency of looking at putting it out there, having a 30-day and then coming back the next month. To me, this is more of an internal process, not a policy procedure thing that, this isn't a, oh my gosh, you're going to do that kind of thing. So I don't see this raising to the level of requiring it's kind of like, anytime a letter's going to go out, well, we better give them 30 days to have them look at what that letter's going to look like. We just can't do that. This is to me, more of, like I said, an internal working document. So yeah, and I wholeheartedly agree. We talked yesterday that if in the following year, things haven't changed, that's when the intervention ladder, and then a formal letter of concern goes out, because this is the second year in a row and things have either stayed the same or gotten worse. So that's, I just wanted to weigh in on the having to have a public review of the document.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Manus.
I just wanted to echo what Commissioner Carrillo was stating about the lottery, because we are in lottery season, that it would be good to have that corrected for this current lottery.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Klaus.
Thank you.
Commissioner, sorry.
I have, I guess, 3 questions, and they're just clarification questions. Students with disabilities, what kind of disabilities are they talking about? And this is enrollment percentages by subgroup?
So, I don't go to all the visits. I didn't go to this one. I did visit them last week for the 22-23 school year. And this is end of the year data from 21-22. So I would need to do some research to let you know what types of disabilities the school has in their enrolled students. But what it does is separate out, because in New Mexico that for special ed, we include both gifted and students with disabilities. So our attempt was to separate out that information for you so that you had those as discrete categories. I can go back and look at notes. If you want me to give you more information on the school special ed, give me a minute.
Okay, that's fine. My other question was, what about who are economically disadvantaged?
Okay, so you're asking for the definition of economically disadvantaged.
No,
So
I guess, yeah, for the school, yes.
right. Okay, so there's a statewide definition that I don't have memorized either. You know about the STARS
Okay.
system that asks schools to upload information and keep that information updated with certain reporting periods. But great question. I can get you that answer in a minute. What I probably need is the STARS manual. But my staff also is very familiar with STARS. So I'm going to ask someone to look that up.
Okay, thank you. Also going to the lottery scholarships. I know that Native Americans were not eligible for the lottery scholarships. And it's in statute. I was wondering, how are these schools addressing that area?
Commissioner, go ahead. Sorry.
So you're probably going to say the same thing I was going to say, Chair Brower, and that is that when we're talking about the lottery in this regard, in this report, we're talking about how students are admitted to the school.
Oh,
Okay, not the lottery scholarship, but I'm a little shocked at what you said. And I don't know a whole lot about lottery scholarship because that is run by the New Mexico Higher Ed department.
It would be interesting to see, though, to know how that I guess statute is applied to our charter school Native Americans. So, okay.
So so I guess I'm confused. Because we're public schools, statute requires that all students have the same access, except, if there's too many students for a particular grade, that's when they have to do a random lottery so that it's a blind lottery. The only thing they have is name and a contact, but they and many schools use a computer program now that does it. So it truly is, a blind lottery system. So statute requires that all of our schools admit students, equally, first come, first serve.
Right. Okay, I guess we're talking about two different.
We are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, the lottery scholarship is for higher ed.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Ingham, and then Commissioner Taylor.
I just had one question about the lottery. Since the school is under their cap, it would seem like to me that you wouldn't need unless it was a specific grade, that it wouldn't, how they could be, they would have to be actually vetting people to not allow them into the school, but they have room in their school for the population. So I don't understand how the lottery really has an effect unless they are actually not allowing certain students. So that I just don't understand that. But the second thing is, I did want to ask, were they given the opportunity for your survey after the, when you said that this is a draft, have they responded to the survey, I guess?
Thank you, Commissioner Ingham. A couple of things. One is, you're right, they are under their cap. So probably everybody that completes the lottery application could get admitted if the facility can hold them, right? Nonetheless, we expect for all schools to have lottery policies that would not even give the perception of any sort of bias. And if you combine the enrollment with the lottery application, which should only ask the name of the student, the grade level, and then contact information so that the school can contact that student and let them know that they have been admitted. If a school's lottery form includes more than that, we're still going to give the same guidance because we expect it to be consistent across the state, whether or not they're at their cap or not. And whether or not they actually have to create any sort of lottery process where some students get in and some students are added to a wait list. It doesn't matter. We still expect for all schools to use the same process. Okay, that was the first part. And then the second question that you asked, I forgot what.
Did they
All right. I am unclear if we gave them a survey, and it doesn't matter because I was there last week sitting down next to the head administrator reviewing this report. So the purpose, again, of the survey is for the school to let us know if there's any sort of accuracy or any sort of clarification needed on the ratings. So I did that in person with the head administrator, Dr. Smith. So I don't think he needs to complete the survey, but do you? Do you think he still needs to complete the survey if I sat down with him and he was good with the report as is?
No,
And-
okay, I guess I understand that. If I guess I can imagine a situation where they get the information and you're right there and they really haven't had a chance to consider how they want to respond, that they would maybe take advantage of a survey rather than an in-person interview that would that they would be kind of working off the cuff. And so I guess that's the only opportunity. I just think the survey is a great idea. That gives them an opportunity to respond and thoughtfully. Anyway.
Thank you, Commissioner Ingham. For these three schools, because we were intimately in conversation with them about their reports, we also did like a follow-up check-in. Certainly that's the case with Dolores Huerta, to make sure that they were good after they'd had a couple of days or a week or more to look at the report. So that answers. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Taylor, and then I want to reserve.
So hopefully quick question, Director Chavez. When were those guidelines published or made available in regards to the lottery? When were those made available to the schools, and why wasn't the school following those directives or guidelines?
So I'm going to our website to check. It has a date on it. Give me 1 second to get there. You know that there is PEC website, but the Charter Schools Division also maintains a website. So
So the reason, one of the reasons I ask is because I sit on the governing council of a charter school in Roswell that is authorized by the district, by the way, not by the state. And our lottery process last year was amended to make sure that we complied with those directives. So, I mean, it was prior to our lottery last year, it seems.
it was one of the first things that I did when I came into this position. I'm still not finding the document. Give me a second.
I guess just to recognize that seemed like a fairly simple process to implement. So anyway.
Yeah, and Commissioner Taylor, if I may, so we revised the lottery guidance. I want to say that it was in 2021. And as we did that, we also did an inventory of all charter schools. This is sort of like me wearing the state education department hat as opposed to the PEC state authorized charter school oversight hat. This was for all charter schools that we provided this guidance. We did the inventory. We gave feedback to the schools, whether they listened to it and amended their lottery policy, which I'm very happy to hear that you all did, was up to them. But we are continuing to monitor and give feedback to the school when we see that maybe they have not followed the feedback that we gave to them when we did the initial inventory of their lottery.
Great, thank you. Is there any other questions or comments? I don't think there's any other comments about this school. I wanted to see if the wishes of the PEC would be to hear the other two schools' reports, or was that something that we would like to do today, or should we just wait to hear them? Okay. So do we need a motion to move on, or we feel like we need a motion or table this?
Hold on. Why don't we want to hear the other reports?
Do you ever listen to me?
Well, you know, I do. Sometimes there's this thing that goes.
Okay, well, so these are listed as drafts.
No, I know that. So we're just waiting for them next month.
Correct. And it wouldn't be appropriate to take action accepting a draft. And they're listed as a draft. So when we don't have the form yet. So why not wait till next month when we have the form?
Are we having a subcommittee that do the form I'm just kidding with you. I know that. I do pay attention. I know that. That's fine. I was just kind of looking forward to seeing them and discussing them because I enjoy it. I do listen to you, Patty. Okay, we're good.
Great. Director Chavez.
Yes, thank you, Chair Brower. So I think that I don't know how long we've been talking about this, but we have 57 schools. And so if we spend as much time as we have been with this one, it's going to be lengthy. March, you guys better bring your sleeping bags, and just kidding. Just wanted to say that, though, to be cognizant of how much time we spend. But I wanted to respond to Commissioner Klotch's questions about the indicators and how we define. So in STARS, students who have a qualifying disability or impairment who also have a individualized educational plan or IEP in place include autism, deaf blindness, developmentally delayed, emotional disturbance, hearing impairment, deafness, intellectual disability, multiple disabilities, orthopedic impairment, other health impaired, additional Tourette's syndrome information, specific learning disabilities, speech language impairment, traumatic brain injury, and visual impairment. Those are the definitions of students with disabilities, which is, again, distinguished from the gifted population, which also falls into special ed. So I also want to just say that students who come from households who qualify for free or reduced lunch or who receive some sort of public assistance qualify as economically disadvantaged.
Great. Thank you. So do we need a motion to,
To table.
yeah,
We're not tabled.
okay, okay, great.
Chair Brower, one more response to a commissioner's question about when the lottery update was published. That was September 17th, 2021.
Great, thank you. Director Chavez, your point around the amount of time that we spent on this one school, I think we just had a lot of questions today in that first one. So we think, and the process that we're going to be using. So I think moving forward, we'll be more efficient, but also still stay strident on questions that we have and having discourse for sure. With that, let's move on to item number 7, discussion and possible action regarding breach of contract by Cesar Chavez Community School, including consideration of corrective action plan presented by the school. So I'd like to have the director give an overview and begin the discussion, and then the Cesar Chavez team will have a chance to report out as well.
All right, give me a minute here. Managing multiple communications. And I will ask also for my staff person to assist with this. So I'm wondering where we might have a mic in case there's a need for clarification. Actually, might have been a good time to take a 5-minute break. I'm wondering if you might consider that, just so we can get situated. Yeah, I know.
Of course, you had to ask me when I was taking my little break.
Yeah.
Let's go ahead and take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
We'll be back at 10:21. We're gonna move back into item number 7, discussion and possible action regarding breach of contract by Cesar Chavez Community School, including consideration of corrective action plan presented by the school. So Director Chavez, you're going to give a brief update, and then the school community will have a chance as well to share as well. Before we do that, I wanted to pass the mic over to Commissioner Beck for a super brief update on his part.
I just want to apologize in advance because around 11:15, my son-in-law's father is getting honored at the Roundhouse, and I'd really like to attend that. So I apologize in advance if I have to get up. I have the little thing right here when she tells me, "Get going, Dad." So thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck, and congratulations. Director Chavez.
Agreed. Congratulations, Commissioner Beck. And you know, there's a quick exit right here. That is the quickest route. All right. Thank you, commissioners. Directing you to your Google folder. This is item number 7, and there are 3 documents that are contained within that. The first one, which is just number 7, is the actual breach notification that went out on February 6th. To the head administrator and to the president of the governing board of Cesar Chavez Community School. As you all recall, this is an issue that the issue with the school is that during the pandemic, when all schools were asked to go remote, Cesar Chavez never came back to in person. And we noticed this and we brought the concern to the PEC. There was some immediate action. There was a visit by the school and its attorney assuring us that there was some in person. And the more we looked at it, the more we realized we actually didn't have evidence that the school was meeting in person, save for outdoor tutoring that students were engaging in. So the February 6th letter that went out to the school from the PEC was providing notice of the breach due to the following failures. 1, failure of the school to return to in-person instruction as directed by the governor and the PED following guidelines set forth by the public health order of August 12th, 2022. in violation of the contract, and it references the sections. Failure to provide in-person instruction as the primary form of instruction at the facility that the school occupies. And failure to address the needs of its student populations, such as those identified in the annual report, and provide in-person instruction for the 2022-23 school year, impacting the mission and comprehensive educational program of the school, again referencing the contract sections, and possible violation regarding the acceptance of funds for a building as not as an educational facility, and yet not having students in the facility. So we asked that, and this was at a special meeting, that the PEC asked for a corrective action plan within 10 days. And because we have such a short timeline, the school had to turn around a corrective action plan pretty quickly to me. I needed to review it and provide feedback to the school. And so I just want to start out by saying that there has been some back and forth up until like yesterday, yet another document. So the tight timeline that we're holding right now is challenging for both the school and the charter schools division. Nonetheless, the other documents that you have in your folder include the CAP that was sent to us on February 14th. And I believe that this is version number 2. And there is yet a third one that arrived last night. So we looked at it. It wasn't significantly different. I can email it to you, but it's not significantly different that we would change our analysis. And so the final document that I want to call your attention to is 7B, which is an analysis of the corrective action plan. I have been blessed to work very closely with one of my staff persons, Martika Davis, who has taken lead, and she can certainly stand for any questions around the specific details, because this commission likes to ask really specific details, and I appreciate that. But I don't memorize everything. I can tell you that our analysis is that the school is providing a proposal for a hybrid plan. And ultimately, I personally believe that that's something that might be considered, but that is not what you asked. So I don't know that they met the requirements of the breach. I think that I also want to share with you that there was some additional concerns that were not addressed in what they sent to us, and that is that there's no evidence that they have returned back to in-person at all. And there's confusion around the hours of the school. We did go by the school. We did some unannounced, just check, go to the school, see if they're open. And the school has not been open, and I will turn it over to Martika to add some additional information about our analysis of the corrective action plan.
Check, check.
How about now? Okay. We'll see how I do. I'll keep my mask on. So thank you, Director Chavez. Thank you, commissioners. So just to provide some more context to what Director Chavez reported. So we did do an informal visit to the school on February 14th. Part of the reasoning for our visit was we received at that point, we'd received one draft of the corrective action plan from the school, and the school did indicate in their corrective action plan the intent to hold in-person classes between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. So with that information, we did make a decision to just make an informal drive by the school to see if in fact they were already using those hours or operating by those hours. When we arrived, we found that the school was not open at that time. And there was a sign, there were a couple of signs posted on the door of the school, one indicating that the school still remained on a remote learning plan, and that the school was virtual and the building was closed to students and only open to staff. There was an additional sign on the door that listed various operating hours from Monday to Thursday. It was unclear from that schedule if that schedule represented building hours, if they represented instructional hours, or if they represented teacher report hours or any combination of those things. So it was basically unclear to us if the school was actually operating in person at all, or if to what degree the building was even open. So a follow-up visit was planned to the school the following day, which would have been February 15th. Again, another informal drive-by visit. At that time, it was observed that the neighborhood schools were open, but operating on a 2-hour delay. So the neighboring schools, with the latest starting at 10:30 a.m., they were open and in session, but Cesar Chavez Community School was not open. The school did post on public platforms that it was fully remote for the day, and the building was not open. So concerning the analysis, as Director Chavez reported, we did ultimately end up receiving 3 versions of the school's corrective action plan, with the latest coming in yesterday evening. The analysis that we provided to you was based on the second version of the corrective action plan. We did not determine that the corrective action plan addressed our understanding of what was your directive for the school to return to in-person learning immediately. So we did note that in our analysis.
Is that all, Director?
Thank you, Martika. I believe that that's our presentation.
Great. And before if the commission is okay with this, we'll have the school present and then we'll take questions. Ms. Harness, good to see you.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Chair Brower, and all the commissioners. We're happy to be here today. Appreciate you taking the time to meet with us. And we want to start saying first and foremost that we are really grateful for your willingness to work with us on trying to find a solution that can serve our community. And we have taken your feedback to heart, and we think that our corrective action plan that we're developing meets the request to start having in-person classes. It's true, we have not started that yet. Our plan is to start that on March 14th for the beginning of Q4. And we were also responding to comment at the last meeting that we should maybe wait to make any changes until we've had our plan approved. And so, we're looking forward to doing that, getting teachers on campus, getting in-person classes happening, and also, working with the online that our community wants as well. So we hope that we can find a good pathway through this, and we are happy to answer questions. Oh, and if I could address the hours that are currently posted that we've been doing so far is 10 to 3:30 on Mondays and Tuesdays and 10 to 3 on Wednesdays and Thursdays. So that's why the school was not open at the visit. So we're sorry that we missed you. The proposed plan would extend that 10 to 4:30. So that's some clarification on that.
Great, thank you. Go ahead, Martika.
Thank you, Chair Brower. So I did want to sort of give some more, respond to that. So I think our large concern with regard to our one of our most recent visits and the operating hours of the school was that it just was not clear to us at all what the school's true operating hours are, what the building's hours truly are. There was conflicting information from the sign that was posted on the school's window. It differed with what was publicly available information from the internet, and it also differed from what was even on the school's website. So it was just unclear to us how the school has been operating and on what schedule on an in-person basis. So that's something that we hope to have some clarification on today.
And I can address, we did look at that when we got that feedback, and we saw that there was some old information on Google. So we will try to get that clarified. And we believe our website is consistent, but if there's an area that we missed on the website, we are happy to correct that.
Thank you. Commissioner Manus.
My question is directed to Martika. You had said that the school had, I guess, stated their intention early on in the process of starting the in-person, or I may have misheard what you had said.
So some of the background in regards to the visit. So we heard your concerns, the concerns of the commission from the December and January meetings with regard to getting clarification on the true operating hours from the school, as far as what the contracted hours were for teachers to be in the school, as well as how much and what times the school will be providing actual in-person direct instruction. So those were things that we sought to clarify. Unfortunately, we did not receive direct follow-up from the school at any point since December in regards to what their true operating hours were, what their hours of instruction were going to be, and what their contracted in-person hours for their teachers were going to be. So we did not have that information. What we did receive from the school was their corrective action plan on February 14th, version 1 at that point. And they said in that plan that they were going to operate between either the hours of 10 and 4, I'd have to look at it, or 10 and 4:30. So that kind of spurred our drive-by. That was not, that was their written corrective action plan that they submitted to us.
But I'm meaning that was what they were saying. They were immediately doing that, or they were in the
They
future
didn't
going to do that?
specify,
Oh,
but
okay.
since we did not have any follow-up with regard to how the school was operating and under what hours, that is what spurred the informal visit. We just were not sure.
Yeah, and I just wanted to clarify whether, what they had stated. That way I knew for my own edification, whether they were stating it was going to be immediate or
They weren't
future.
they weren't saying anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is, and members of the commission, this is Dan Hill. I'm the attorney for the school. I want to make really clear 2 things. One, the school heard at the last meeting not to make any changes to what they're doing until the PEC acted. And so that's what they did. Second, the CAP specifically says, even if approved, they're not contemplating making a change until March 14th. I just, you can sense my frustration. It feels like this was a gotcha moment from CSD. You show up at 4 o'clock unannounced, school's not in session. You already know that the school is remote. That's undisputed. I'm not sure what that's supposed to show here. I think the school has been very transparent in its CAP. The 14th would be the start date. We heard you say, don't make changes until acted upon by the commission, and that's what we acted on. There was a misunderstanding on that. We'll take the blame for that. That's why we're here today.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. I do want to share, and this is a question for you, Ms. Arnis. I know in the original, it wasn't a cap, but it was I don't know what we want to call it, the tool that you brought in the last meeting. There was I think there were dates in there that suggested that you would begin the first in-person starting around the time of this meeting. And I know, and then going full in person by March the 14th, which is the beginning of fourth quarter. And so my question is, is there still intent to begin that transition, since, it is a month out and there could be, from the original idea that you shared in the last meeting, there was interest in starting to do the first run of this and getting students and teachers back in person.
Yes, in the last meeting, we had a proposal to do a soft opening, I think we called it. And we have started bringing just a handful of students in, attending classes just a couple days a week with a couple of teachers. So that's pretty soft, but but there are some students coming on campus, and we're helping us anticipate some of the needs. So.
Vice Chair Burt.
Thanks. I don't have any concern about you not having come back yet. That's why we were here. That's why we're doing this. So I'm not worried about it not being open yet. And I actually think, as a former teacher, it makes sense to do it March 14th at the beginning of a quarter, because I think for me as a teacher, it would have been really hard to transition like mid-quarter when I'm planning. Like, if you do a good job in your backwards planning, you have a set thing in mind, and if it needs to change, like, it just needs time. So I think it makes most sense to do it at a natural break. I actually really like this plan. I think it makes sense. I think there's a lot of opportunity. I see that staff are expected to be on campus all the time at this time. The school and even students who are going to have that remote only, they're still going to be required to come on and get check-ins on campus. I mean, so really there's nobody who's not going to be seen on campus at least weekly. And I think that addresses the concerns I had with it being fully remote and not using, like, all the issues that I was concerned about not coming back, do seem to feel like this to me is very consistent with what I know the hybrid schools who have shown success are doing very similar. So to me, this actually makes a lot of sense. I like the meeting. There's also the quarterly meetings with the mentors or academic advisors added into this plan as well, to look over it. I think that's just important for there as well. To me, I do feel like I feel like this is a good plan. I imagine over the first quarter that you do this, you'll probably need to make some adjustments, which I think makes sense, because then you can do this quarter, figure it out as a team over the summer, what your next school year looks like, and start really building off of it. And it's also, I think, going to be interesting. I imagine, like, to have students switch 3/4 of the way through the year is going to be challenging. But I could imagine, like, at the beginning of the school year, I could imagine more students wanting to come in again as well. So I think a lot's going to have to be, like, considered over the summertime based off of what you learn over this quarter. But also, I can imagine your next school year could look very differently than this quarter. And my hope would be that, if there's students who are, they're maybe not coming in as consistently, or they're not, that you don't use that as a sign to be like, oh, maybe we shouldn't be doing, because I think next year could be a whole different story. So, like, give it time to, like, allow the students to figure out that, like, hybrid model before, like, saying, nope, this wasn't going to work out. I did have a question about so this is the second draft, and I know you said, Director Chavez, there wasn't much difference between the next one. Could you talk about what that is? Like what, or yeah, actually, yeah, thank you. Ms. Arnaz, could you talk about what is specifically the difference between this one that we're looking at and what changed between the next version?
We were actually just putting a little bit more clarifying language in. So I think when we went to our governance council, we had our governance council meeting on Wednesday, the 15th. And so they wanted to approve the plan and they made some suggestions on wording to make it more clear. So, for instance, on the mission specific, one of the feedback was how, making sure that we're meeting the mission and et cetera. Rather than convoluting the corrective action plan focused on the hybrid, we just added in that you could look at our amendment documentation from December 16th, where it clearly documents each thing that we're doing to meet the mission and the comprehensive education plan. And then, yeah, just clarifying a little bit of the language in the hybrid plan.
Okay. And then when it comes to instructional hours, how are those being documented to ensure that you're meeting the statutory requirement?
Those will be the same. Each class is measured in terms of the minutes of the class, and students have to be in the class during that time. So that'll account for our documented hours.
So it's not going to be necessarily the building hour operations. That's not your instructional hours, or is that?
No, the instructional hours will be the time students spend in classes.
Okay.
If I can, Commissioner Burt, one thing I want to add too with Cesar Chavez, they only do direct instruction. So it's not like a hybrid school that uses Edgenuity or a self-paced.
We use
some, but they're primarily direct instruction, even if it's using an online platform. So that makes it actually a lot easier, in my opinion, to calculate instructional hours versus something that's self-paced.
So you agreed. I actually agree with that completely. That makes it as if, 100%. What is the option to use, like students who need to use a more self-paced, or is it like a credit recovery option? Is that what Edgenuity is used for?
Yeah, so both students have that as an option if they would like to use it. We try to monitor. Some students don't do well with Edgenuity. It's not our ideal at all. We like the direct instruction. So we strongly encourage students to get as much direct instruction as they can into their day. And then we work with students on their individual learning plans to see what will work for each student.
And then I'm wondering, this is definitely qualitative data to ask you about, but you did hold a lot of meetings between our last meeting and this one. Can you talk about the reception of the various meetings? Like, did it seem like it was like people were looking forward to it, or were people still like, can't believe they're making us do this? We don't want to do it. This isn't good for us. Like,
right.
What was the very qualitative, obviously, No,
I really appreciate your insights come from someone who's on the ground picturing how that's gonna roll out. So I appreciate that. Yes, so we got some variety. We were actually, I think the strongest feedback we got was don't get rid of online. We had, for instance, one of the students that came to our community meeting last week asked me to share. She came to tell the group that she is currently parenting a 10-month-old child at home and is pregnant and expecting a second child next month. And she attends her classes daily, and she loves her classes and is grateful for them, and came to say, please don't get rid of online. This is the only thing I can do, and this is what I've been looking for. And it took me a while to find you, and I found you, I need this. So, she said, yes, please share this, let people know that there's a need for this. So we had several people that came with those types of stories, like, this is why I need this, please don't get rid of it. We had other people that said, yeah, we might be open to some in-person, like, what are we thinking? And it was kind of fun to brainstorm with them around how that could look and different options that we can build together. So.
Okay. I still, the two like hybrid schools, I really would encourage you to just reach out to them as you're going through this process and getting because they've been doing it for a decade now, decade plus. And I mean, they have data to show what they've done works. So it could just help you with some of the growing pains of moving into it. But I've visited both those schools and I've seen how it works. And I mean, it really is a really good, viable option for many students. And I know for your school, I actually think when I visited the Rio Rancho Cyber Academy, it tended to be more it was high achieving students attending those schools. Because they were wanting to have like a different way of finishing school quicker. But I think the principles of it apply to all students, and still providing a quality education through hybrid learning there's data to support that it can be very viable for students. So I'd still just encourage you to use those folks who've been doing it for a lot longer.
Definitely.
And get some tips for how they do it successfully, especially with the teachers too. It's going to be a different way of doing things for them as well.
Right. Thank you for that. And we enjoy hearing from some other schools. We've been in touch with some schools out of state also doing something similar.
Okay.
So definitely any insights are welcome.
And then the last thing I'll say is it was me who said I would encourage them not to go to implement this plan yet until after we reviewed it. Because I think that could have caused a lot of turmoil. I do think this is actually a good plan. But if it wasn't, and you had already started implementing it, and then we were like, oh no, don't go do that. And you had already started doing it, I don't think it would have been a sound decision to start implementing something that needed to get approved by the commission. So that was I very clearly said that last time. So there was no miscommunication on your part. I was very direct when I spoke on that last month. So I didn't have an expectation that you were fully going back yet.
Yeah, thank you for that. And we appreciate the chance to take measured steps.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Beck, then Commissioner Armijo, and then Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you, Chair Burr. So from my old school days here, recent school days, so let's take a U.S. history class. And let's say the class goes from 10 to 10:50. And now it is hybrid. What does that look like?
So this is an area where I think, as was just mentioned, we'll be learning and growing and evolving in terms of how this is going to best play out. What I can tell you is that what we're visualizing at this point is that we will definitely be using the technology. The technology piece has been a really important tool for us, and then we'll be looking at best ways to have in-person components of that as well.
Do you do Google Classroom?
Yes.
That's what you do. So student A would be online the whole time. And I see on the plan that they're required to meet with their teachers on campus at least once a week. Is that correct? Even though they're online. So that would be a separate time than the 10 to 10:50. And are they required to meet with all their teachers once a week?
We're scheduling how that's going to work. Ideally, that would be, I think, the way to do it. If not all, at least as many as possible.
Yeah, that'll be a little challenging.
Yeah, that will be.
Yeah. So student B wants to be there every day at 10 to 10:50. Will student B be on their computer, on Google Classroom, physically in the classroom where the teacher's teaching?
So again, we're working on how all the scheduling is going to lay out. We will have the teachers present on campus. We will have the technology present, and we're working out who's in what room and all of that piece.
Okay. And the teacher has the ability to look into the students' computers, correct? Yeah. Okay. So that they can follow if student D is not doing their assignment and off playing a video game.
Correct. That's one of the great things about this technology
Yeah.
is it really makes it easy to monitor.
Okay, yeah, you're definitely going to have growing pains
Mhm.
that quarter. So I agree with co-chair that it's going to be a challenging fourth quarter for everybody. So patience is a virtue.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, Secretary Armijo, Commissioner Taylor, and then Commissioner Gibson, Manus, and Creo.
Thank you. So my concern all along has been how the commission's decisions were going to affect the students, the families, and the communities in the community in that area. So I too really am excited about this plan going forward. I think it's been well thought out. I just, you know, I hear what everybody's saying. I just want to echo what Vice Chair Burt said a little while ago, that, you know, starting this in March is great. I think you've done an excellent job of highlighting everything you're going to do and knowing that you are going to have some of those growing pains. So I'm happy that this was presented to us. I'm looking forward to this school staying, you know, in this area where it needs to be. And it also will serve, you know, other parts of the city. I know at the Marco Armijo Academy, we receive students from all across the city who need this kind of support. So, you know, I'm really thrilled that your plan is so thought out. So thank you for that. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Secretary Armijo. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. I want to thank you all for being here today. Question, what percentage of your students do you think will be in the classroom on a daily basis?
That is a very good question. And I think what we're anticipating is a little bit of what Commissioner Burt mentioned is that the transition happening right now, our students tend to not do well with instability. And this may be a little like, whoa, what's happening? So we're thinking that it may start off slower and then build as people get more comfortable with it, we would anticipate that next year might have a different proportion than we have this year. But part of our plan is to meet with every family and discuss with them the different possibilities and encourage what will work best for the students. So we're very curious about that same question.
So, yeah, thank you. So it's very possible that you would have a high percentage of online only students for the rest of this year.
It is possible, yes.
And what kind of requirement do you have for the students to be on camera while they're in the classroom?
That is a discussion that each class has about how students will be seen and heard in their classroom. The requirement is for participation. It does not have to be necessarily on camera.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Gibson, Manus, Creo.
So thanks. And, you know, thanks always for all the work you do. I mean, that's, you know, I'm sorry, there was public comment that said we don't make note of that. And you know, that bothers me because you know, we've always tried to acknowledge the place that this school has in that community, which is really my only question. One of the great supports that you always had for your community was childcare at the school. And that was, you know, the story you told, you know, when you've got an infant, it's tough to get out. But for so many of your other students, it allowed them that opportunity to participate in school because you had childcare there, and always admired that commitment that you had for that. So is there any conversation about that as you move? Certainly not this year, because that would probably just said everyone cattywampus, but, going forward, bringing that back for your community support and maybe encouraging some kids that are out there that, sometimes you need to focus in the classroom and not have, the little one hanging around you at home.
Yeah, what we do is we work with our parenting students on different parenting resources and on TANF. We sit down with people and help them fill out TANF applications for free childcare.
Okay.
And there is a childcare center, luckily, right next door to our school that actually has alternate hours, which is great. So we walk students over there and say, here's a childcare, here's the TANF form. So that's an important piece.
Okay, thanks. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Manus.
So I first wanted to start out by saying, whenever I asked my questions to Martika, it wasn't to call you out by any means. I just wanted clarification on that. So just wanted to address that up front. And I do understand what Vice Chair Burt was saying, and was totally understood by me, that you wouldn't implement something without us approving it. You had mentioned the soft opening, and I can't recall the exact language that you had used earlier in the meeting, but it seemed to me that you would be requiring some students to come back as part of that soft opening, or there was an expectation that there would be a few students that would be attending those in person, or is that through solicitation from the students that, is voluntary situation?
That has been voluntary at this point, where we've talked with students and said, would it help you? Let's try going on campus, see if that, helps with whatever's going on for that particular student. Gotcha.
So I know that I've been, maybe many of you don't know, but I teach online, taught online classes now for 3 years or more. So it would be hypocritical for me to say that online classes are ineffective, or online instruction is ineffective, or those things. So I think some of the things that you presented, while they're great, in principle, I respect that you suggest some of the things. I think it may be undue burden on you and your students to, like Commissioner Beck had mentioned, the meeting once a week with each of their teachers. I think that's going to be way too much of an undue burden on not only the student, but also the teachers that you have and their time, right? Because one-on-one meetings with a teacher in person, outside of regular instruction hours, it gets to be cumbersome, just because I'm familiar with office hours myself. I make office hours, and those office hours, while I have them, it's students' option to attend those office hours. It's not a requirement, and 99% of the time, no students show up, but I do have them available to those students. And with that, I also, if a student, whenever I'm teaching these online classes, many of the classes that I've taught are asynchronous in nature. I don't have a scheduled class time that I meet with them. I still offer the ability to have like a Zoom meeting with them individually. Now that is during office hours or by appointment, right? But they're not required to come to a physical location to meet with me, because it is an online or hybrid format. I think some of the suggestions, because you and I had conversation individually about some of my thoughts on hybrid format, and some of my suggestions, it wasn't necessarily that students needed to be in person, but the option that they could attend in person, and that the instruction was live at the school, so that if the student so chose, for that particular day at that particular time that they could show up. I use PE as an example because to me it's a great opportunity for a hybrid format. If somebody wanted to be there and do their exercise in person, yoga, whatever it might be, that they could be there in person, or they could do those same things in their home or wherever they so chose to be at that particular time. That it's a great way to have that hybrid format. Now I've taught hybrid as well, where I'm standing up in front of a classroom lecturing, and there's people online, there's people in the classroom, and I can address both simultaneously, and it's not a big deal. And so that's what I had suggested as something to think about, to be able to offer that. It's not a requirement, but if the student so chose to show up that particular day for that particular class, they could. And during that time, if they needed help, they could get help at that time as well. Because I know that, as part of a class, typically you have activities or things that go on, and you have that time that they could ask questions and get that additional help as needed. So that was just my observation. I like a lot of your plan. I think it's more thought out than it has been in our previous meetings. But I think that there's a step that may be a little bit overboard in terms of undue burden on the staff and students as well. So that was my
Thank
comment.
you. Thank you so much for that. And I saw the recent people who have taught online going, So we're definitely going to take that to heart and look at, I'm taking in your suggestion that we might revise that structure. Thank you for that.
Is it super brief? Commissioner Creel, I'm going to let Commissioner Beck just share something super brief, and then the floor will be yours, but I know he has to go across the street.
How's this? Just a quick thought on the thing for the meeting every teacher every week. I'm sure your students each have an advisor. Might be just meeting the advisor once a week.
Yeah, I'm on the same brainwave there. Thank you. Good idea.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. Commissioner Creel.
That was brief. So my concern right now is that it seems like we're getting all warm and fuzzy about what's next, but we're supposed to be discussing, there was a breach of contract here. And as much as, and I just forgot your last name, I'm so sorry, your attorney.
Mr. Hill.
That's right. Mr. Hill said he feels like it's a gotcha moment. It's like, no, you said you're posted this day and you weren't. You said you're open and you weren't. And the minutes clearly state, and it's fine that Vice Chair Burt said it was me that said that maybe we should wait. The commission did not vote on anything to wait. Not that I recall, and I'm looking through the minutes. They're right in front of me. There was no decision by the commission giving you permission to wait until the middle of March before you really started getting back. So let's back up just a minute here and remember that this is a breach of contract. And even though there's plans to go forward, how many times have we heard from other schools, oh, you know what, we plan to do this, we plan to do that. And we're hearing from one of those schools later today. All of this intention doesn't mean much. That's not the word, it's in my brain, but much. And, and if you go to the minutes, okay, right there, this is the court reporter. It's not summary minutes. This is word for word, even all of our little murmurings that we do in my equals and everything else. So it's really, a lot of the discussion is on the page of the minutes is 34, but it's page 133, and then specifically on the minutes, page 134, line 16, back to school immediately. So that has a very specific meaning to me. Back to school immediately.
And that's been actually the direction of this commission for quite a while, since December, when we voted down the amendment to change the nature of the school. So let's remember that that's what we're supposed to be discussing here. I'm glad that they have this, plan. And I'm sorry, I sound like a hard ass, but I'm glad you have a plan for March 14th. But all of this just goes on and on and on. And for your particular school, well over a year and a half to 2 years, since the governor even said you're supposed to be back. And, I can't get over the fact that I really feel like, and I understand and listened to the very first woman who spoke, and Valerie Martinez, and I understand the importance of the school in the community. But some of these other schools that have remained open in spite of being terrible schools and violating, the nature of their audits and different things, they just remain open. It seems like it continues to seem like we are impotent as a body to hold anybody accountable to much of anything. And that's what's starting to be what this almost like this little wave that's coming over today that I'm hearing. It's like, oh, well, you have something really nice today. And but then we heard from I don't know your last name, but Martika around visiting the school, and that was referred to as a gotcha moment. No, it's not. You said you're going to be open and you're not. So it's like I want a school like this to be open as a not as a hybrid, but as your mission stated, in this part of town, doing what you're doing. And as I think I said, because of the breach and the continued, I would believe, I think intentions and delays, we don't have anything that says suspend or anything like that. And, I would say that, and this is there was another school in the past, that the school needs to have a new leadership and a new board, because this leadership and board have allowed this to progress, have just basically said, you're going to do whatever you want to do because the commission's not going to do anything. You've never said that out loud. But I would imagine sometimes there's the feeling if you're going for coffee with some board members that maybe that's kind of the, always better to say I'm sorry than get permission. And it just feels like that's what this is. Back to school immediately means back to school immediately. Get the teachers there, get the kids there, have in-person instruction. And I'm not, I can't get past that. I feel like perhaps given what I've heard this morning, I'm going to be in the minority here, but not letting that one go. The 3 months, it was 3 months after we voted down the amendment, and then 2 months after we issued the directive. And now it's going to be another month to March. Why are we here as a commission? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Burke, and then I'd like to share some thoughts.
Yeah, I guess the way I see it is, we did issue a breach. And so the next step is to have the school correct it. For me, that's the next step. And so I didn't think today would be to keep the school in trouble because of the actions that have happened historically. We can't go back in time and change it. So for me, today is not about that you did the wrong thing and so you need to stay in bad, you need to stay in bad status because you didn't do what we wanted you to do before, right? So for me, that's why I'm looking at this and being like, I think this addresses the breach. I don't want the school to continue to be in breach for forever, because for me, that would mean revocation. I think this plan and moving to this in March, for me, puts the school back into good standing. I don't see it being a breach of contract anymore. And that's the purpose. That's the purpose of the intervention ladder, is not to keep them going down it for forever. It's to go back up to good standing. So I think trying to figure out how to rectify the situation is the purpose and goal, not to keep going on for forever and reminding you of how, we had to go to mediation with you, so you're in bad standing. We had to go to this, so you're in bad standing. I would like to just get the school back into a shape where you're in good standing moving forward. And for me, once again, if I look at it in black and white in the contract and that's where my mind always goes to is what's in black and white. There's no emotion behind it for me. I don't care about I don't care. I just don't have the emotion behind it. It's for me, what's in black and white. I did think that your contract did state that you would be providing in-person instruction at your school. This to me shows 100% of the time you will be providing in-person instruction at your school. It's not even sometimes, all of your teachers will be providing in-person instruction at your school. So for me, that rectifies the breach of contract. So for me, that's just the simple part of it. And I'm ready to move forward to put the school into good standing, not to continue down the path of this. So I think that's where I see I think if this had come up today and there wasn't a plan, you're no, we're staying virtual. That's where I think the commission can continue down a different path. But I'm grateful for the willingness of the school to get this in place. That's what the purpose of a cap is. This isn't going to go away until it's fully implemented, right? There's going to be follow-up from CSD for the rest of the school year, probably for the next, for the foreseeable future until it's really in place. There's good support back and forth each way. I think this is for me, caps are support measures, not as much punitive, even though I know they 100% are punitive. I know that. But at the same time, I just have always seen a cap as additionally a support measure. Your school came up with this plan. You feel like this could work for your community. I think this could work for your community. And I don't think that I've always, Commissioner Creel, every time you say that we're impotent, I always tell you, I don't think that's true. It's just not true. But I do think there's always going to be checks and balances and limits to authority. And I'm okay with that. And providing autonomy where it's allowed. But to me, once again, in black and white, for me, the breach was about not providing any in-person instruction. This addresses that, which makes me supportive of the plan to move forward. And once again, when it comes to the timeline, I think I'm thinking more of the people and less about the black and white in that case. So I think that's what, for me, the March makes most sense because it's a quarter. It's the end of a quarter, beginning of a new one. Once again, as a parent, so as a former online learner, I did my whole MBA online before COVID. So it was hybrid back then. And we had teachers in person and online. And I did my whole MBA. And once again, it would be super hypocritical for me to be but you can't get a good education through a hybrid model because that would invalidate my MBA. And that I'm not willing to do that. So I think it can work. Before COVID, it was already happening in places. So I think there's models to use. I think for me today, I'm open to accepting the cap and allowing the monitoring from CSD to really start and having the expectation that this gets implemented well, correctly, thoughtfully, and that CSD is able to see, be able to have the evidence that's provided to where it's tangible that this is what's being followed moving forward. And for me, this being followed would satisfy the breach.
Thank you. Commissioner Creel, I did see your hand. I'm going to share my thoughts real quick. Ms. Arnis and team, thank you so much for all the work that you put into this. I think this is a lot more cohesive than what we saw in the special meeting. I also want to thank the Charter School Division for making this a priority and reviewing multiple versions of this too. I know that we put this on a timeline and we all know why this is on an urgent timeline. I think we all can agree as to why that is, but I wanted to appreciate everyone who's provided feedback, reviewed, and resubmitted what you have here. I have just a few questions and a few thoughts. The thought that I have is, I always come from the sense or from the viewpoint that the system works for some of our students, but we know it doesn't work for all of our students. And in fact, sometimes some people would argue that the system is set up to not work for certain students. When I think about this school, you're working with students that are re-engagement students who need additional supports and services for social emotional learning, for workforce development, so on and so forth. And I appreciate everything that you all do for it. But when I think about that first part of what I think about, like, I'm the student who, when I first used WebCT in 2001, because I had to use that as the online format, I felt like a broken student. I couldn't do it. I still hate Blackboard. I don't know if that's even used anymore, but I grimace at that, and it's just hard for me to learn that way. And so when I think about your students, I think about the students who are furthest away from opportunity within a hybrid or in a virtual model. And that's why I feel firmly that that's why there needs to be that in person. And so thank you for moving forward in that direction. And I think before I was on the commission, I think there may have been even conversations of we don't need to even think about going to in person. So I feel like there's been progress in terms of like the relationship that we've had. And for me, it's always, and Ms. Arnaz, in our individual conversations, you already know how I feel about virtual. I know it works for many people, but I oftentimes think about who are the students who are furthest away from really capturing that new information and being the students that we know that they can be. And so I feel like this gets us to that, to a pathway to supporting all of your students. A few things that I have. So March 14th is the big day, the big day. I know that oftentimes it's best practice to have a couple days beforehand to get staff kind of acquainted. Like there's a couple days of staff, just to get people back into the reps. I would love to see that or hear about what that plan is, just so it's not like the 14th, baby, we're all back. But like, how are we getting set up to actually be productive with our students? Same thing with students. There could be some students who I still believe, again, and this is coming from not necessarily thinking about the amount of thought and work and systems that need to be put in place, but I think you all have this. But I also think, like, do we have to wait for all students to come in? There are probably a few students who could benefit from starting prior to March the 14th as well. And so yeah, I just think about what I think there's some good thinking around a soft start still, even if it's not in your corrective action plan. I think that there's opportunities to kind of get out some of the kinks and also start to supporting those students that I mentioned earlier to help them right now. Those are kind of my initial thoughts, and just, some questions around how are you all backwards planning for March 14th to have everyone in person, and what's that look like to get everyone kind of ready to go?
Yeah, thank you for your insights and for your heart for our population. I recognize that and appreciate it. So we do have an in-service day planned for March 13th. And so that's going to be helpful. But we are meeting with staff and working out, like I said, the specifics of the class schedule and talking about our procedures and our meetings. So we have a very full calendar that's going to have to try and fit into this next month to get those pieces in place for sure.
And one last question I had for you, that the one I wrote down, I didn't ask. So you mentioned, I think it was Commissioner Taylor's question around what the expectation is for how many students are going to be in person versus stay virtual, basically. And it's still kind of wide open, and it kind of depends.
So it's going to go through the individual learning plan process. So we meet with students and parents and discuss educational history, academic review, progress, learning styles, needs, factors that influence them outside of just academics. So we take all that into consideration and come to a plan together, and then every quarter revisit that for revisions.
Yeah. And my question to that is, what was it like prior to COVID? Because essentially we're talking about how are we moving Cesar Chavez Community School back to the sense of normalcy that was prior to COVID and to the mandate to shut down. And so could you share just a little bit about what was the breakdown for like students? Because I know it wasn't every single student was not in your school every single day, especially like the young woman that you mentioned prior. There there are additional things that your students need to be doing. Some of them are working full time. And so if you're able to share, I'd love to just hear like how does this match up compared to what your school was when you were doing the packet model?
Yeah, so our school started in 2004 and it was using a self-paced packet model at that time where students came into school oftentimes, but essentially they were using paper packets. At that time, it wasn't online. And when they completed all of the work in the packets, they got their half credit. So if they took all the packets home and did them all at home and then brought them back to school, they got their half credit. And so it was very flexible in that way. Our mission has always been to provide a lot of flexibility, including alternative scheduling and personalized learning. So that's kind of gone through different phases over the years. We criticized the packet model after some time because we thought it was too rote. There wasn't enough learning application, enough community relevance, enough direct instruction and interaction. So we moved, and that was, a conscious decision to move into a more direct instruction focus. And we think that's a positive thing for our students. I think one of the things that's challenging for re-engagement students is because they have so many distractions from school and it's so hard for them to get to school, and attendance is generally a big issue. A lot of schools that deal with re-engagement resort to canned curricula because logistically speaking, it's the easiest, most efficient way to let students do work when they can and not do work when they can, and it gets done when it gets done. And students like that in many ways because it's empowering to them to have that in their own hands. They can go, oh, I have a weekend free. I'm going to put 12 hours into my schoolwork and complete a whole bunch of stuff. And they do that. And we see that. So yeah, it's always been our model to try to provide as much flexibility as possible and to provide a self-paced aspect. And our mission has been to also provide a quality of instruction that, allows students to relate more and apply more of the learning and get to more critical thinking in their learning. So our focus hasn't been so much on where that learning happens, but that it happens. And so this will be, again, a new chapter, a little bit of a different iteration of that. But we're excited because I think with the new technology, it opens new doors for that to happen.
Thank you, Ms. Arnas. Commissioner Carrillo, and then every commissioner on this side of the room.
I don't take the time to tell you thank you for the work as I do to everybody that is that I've done to most everyone that comes before us. And I know you care about education immensely and your population that you serve. And I'm very, very grateful. And so and I just try to operate here from a position more of what I'd say principle and reason based on the facts before us and before me. And so that's why I say what I say. But I'm very grateful that you care so much.
Thank you.
For the new commissioners, I just want you to know that it's been a very, very long road. And the only reason we're at a breach now, probably and not at a revocation, is because of procedural stuff that happened last September, October, November. Because we didn't follow, I think, a certain aspect of our ladder, we ended up going to mediation. And after mediation, we decided that we were going to give them the opportunity to propose an amendment. And then December came along and then we voted down the amendment. And so I just want you to know this is not something that's like crept up on us or anything. And that's why I make the argument that I make. I would also argue, and I can't bring it up right away because I'm not as adept as as Ms. Chavez is. But I mean, I have to think about the performance of the school historically. And one of the things I really wanted to bring up right away, and I wish I had multiple screens sometimes, is the last, those last sets of numbers for the school, because I know, I appreciate that there are a lot of, they're not kids at that stage, that a lot of the young people at your school, will eventually graduate. And it doesn't matter if it's 4, 5, 6 years. My concern is that, and I'm all about proficiency and not graduation rates. And as you've probably heard me say, you can graduate with a D average. It means nothing. And the bar in New Mexico is so horrifically low. So it's about proficiency. And that's what I look to. And also in considering whether or not this school should stay open. And I know that on this issue, I see where the tide is here today, and that's fine. I just think it's really important for me to express what I think, and I'll do this stage without using the I word, Ms. Burt. So, philosophically, it's like we could go through, there was a school that was approved the December before I came on the commission in the southern part of the state. And in looking at, and this is pre-COVID, so in looking at the numbers and looking at the school, I couldn't help but think, what on earth was this commission thinking in renewing this school, not for 3, but for 5 more years? It made zero sense to me. And then sometimes we use the argument, well, they're serving this population in this part of town. It's like, it doesn't matter. The charge of any school is to teach kids. And if the teaching and learning are not happening the way they need to be, then the school should not operate. We are custodians of taxpayer dollars and a commitment that the charters, and for the most part in this state, let's face it, charters outperform districts in so many ways. And very, very proud, even though people at SFPS sometimes call me a traitor, very proud to be a part of the commission and working on behalf of charters. And they could learn something from charters, let me tell you. But there's got to be a point at which we quit equivocating. It's like, well, we have some of these people and they're being well served and they're doing really well. Yeah, but what about the others 65%? When do we start really holding people's administrators' feet to the fire about the other 65%? And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here. So there's one other note here. No, I'm good. I'm good.
Thank you, Commissioner
Thank
Carrillo. Ms. Arnis, were you? Okay.
No, thank you for your
And
comments.
over here, I'm not sure which one. So I'm just going to pick Commissioner Gibson, Beck, then Manus. Commissioner Manus, Beck, and then Gibson.
Gibson's gonna do a motion.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
So I've been looking around at all of our meeting material, and I've been looking at the data piece that you were mentioning, proficiency, trying to pull that up for the school for 2021, 2022. And it seems to me that looking back at the special meeting minutes, because that was actually a little bit hard to find. It was 4A in the PEC drive that, we had the motion by Vice Chair Byrd at that time about waiting, but we had also talked about the urgency. And I think Commissioner Carrillo, you had appropriately mentioned the urgency piece, that this would be something that's going to be implemented immediately after the corrective action plan is approved, if so approved, right? But the breach that is also in the Google Drive on, it's a 7 breach notice that should contain specific actions to be taken by the school by specific dates to correct the issues set forth below immediately. And I understand your frustration because I feel the same way in certain respects, that some of the things could have been implemented, especially the hybrid format and the suggestion that I had mentioned. I think that it would have been super easy to implement even in January, to be able to have that option for students to come in. And so I just a little bit on the fence as far as like, I understand the frustration, but I also understand about moving forward and trying to do what's best for the kids in the school. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Manus.
Thank you. Can I I appreciate the sense of urgency, and again, I know it isn't to the degree that maybe some would have liked, but I do want to address that part of this is us really considering the transition piece. Transition's really important for our students. And I think it's also the respectful thing for staff. So again, we do have a very limited open campus at this point, and we will increase that. But I did just want to explain that. And I respect your frustration. I know this road has been bumpy, and I think there was some misunderstanding early on our part. And so, you know, we want to correct this and move forward in service of our community.
Thank you, Commissioner Beck. Ingham, you still want to? Okay. And then Commissioner Gibson.
Yeah, real quickly, thank you, Commissioner Carrillo, for giving us us newbies an understanding of the history of this and the frustrations that have gone along with it, for sure. It has not been an easy road, obviously, for you guys. To your other point, the proof will be in the pudding. If we do approve this, we will be looking at the data and the proficiencies and the growth, because it is a challenging means of teaching and learning. It really is. And to you, Ms. Arness, be patient, because you're going to try to do a whole culture change. And my perception to you, Commissioner Taylor, is I would be surprised if 10 to 15% come in the fourth quarter. And it's going to be a slow build, but I think it's an important build. And my qualitative analysis when I taught through this was the kids that were in person did significantly better than the kids online in my classes. So be patient, and it's a slow build, but in my opinion, it's an important build. Thank you.
Commissioner Ingham.
Well, I just had the one question. Last time, my memory is that they originally proposed a change in their charter or amendment to their charter to go to fully online. Does it require an amendment to be hybrid? That's really only my question.
Good question, Commissioner Ingham. I think at this stage, the way that I and the way that I am interpreting this, and commissioners definitely push back on me on this, is that this is going back to how their school was operating in prior to COVID, where the students have an individual learning plan. Commissioner Ingham, prior to COVID, they received, if you can imagine, you come into school, you get a packet of information that you need to complete by the end of the year. Okay. So now this is moving towards that same direction, instead of using a packet, using technology as well. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I would say maybe it's not so much that, because that was the 2004 contract or 2005, how they started. That's not what their current contract has to do. So if you look at the current contract, which I'm going to say two things about it. So their current contract, the part that we looked at is there's a piece of the contract that says that they would be providing in-person instruction at that facility. And so that's where the breach of contract specifically comes from. We have addressed it in two ways. First, by doing this process with the school, but also in future contracts starting from last year, it's explicit. It's extremely explicit in contracts moving forward because of the argument that there could have been some vagueness in the contract, that there was an argument that was able to be made because of some vagueness. So that's been corrected in contracts moving forward. So their current contract doesn't have that we looked at that part, and that was our argument, is that it does say that in the contract. Their attorney's job was to argue for the school in another way, which is how it's supposed to be. That's fine. But we did modify our contracts because of this particular situation. So in the future, when the school comes for renewal and they're on a new contract, it would be explicit. And for every school we have moving forward, it's explicit, whether they're virtual, hybrid, in person only, how much percentage of the time they're in person, how much percentage of the time they're online. It's very explicit moving forward, but there was some ambiguity that the attorney was able to argue to get us to this situation.
Mr. Chair, members of the commission, I would just say the school's position is an amendment's not required.
So yeah, I would also say from what this is it said in their contract that in-person instruction is being provided at the campus, which this plan outlines that in-person instruction is being provided on campus. So that's why, once again, if just like for a breach of contract, this seems to fulfill it.
Thank you for adding that texture. Commissioner Gibson.
So before I make the motion, I just want to say you're absolutely correct that this is a breach. We sent that letter of breach, but the notification of a breach anticipates the opportunity for the school to fix it. There was not a notification of revocation, so that the notice of breach clearly says there's going to be a corrective action plan. And that's what the school did. I get that we're sitting here, you know, I've sat through these too many times where, you know, these frequent flyers that it's 5 and 6 months that we're dealing with the same school. And part of that frustration, I think, is on us, that what should have been done through the mediation, it didn't happen. I think the outcome of that was not what was anticipated from the discussion that the commission had the month before, calling for the mediation. So that because we didn't address the mediation at our next monthly meeting after the mediation took place. It was just kind of like glossed over, and that's on us. So we can't fault the school for that bump in the road. That's our own bump in the road that it didn't happen. So I think at this point in time, the school is complying with what the letter specifically asked them to do. You know, this is on notice. And if you don't do it, then, you know, then the commission comes back and, you know, votes, if they see that to be for a revocation hearing. But the contract is supposed to be that partnership that we try to fix the problem and not get to a revocation hearing. So I'm not comfortable with the speed that this took place in, but I don't think it's entirely all the school's fault that we're sitting here this many months behind. I don't. But we can't go back and fix what happened before. So we just have to move forward. So at this point in time, I'm going to move that the Public Education Commission accept the corrective action plan presented by Cesar Chavez Community School, document 7A.2, to address the breach of contract by the school and to return to in-person and hybrid instruction starting March 14th, 2023. I further move that the Charter School Division monitor the progress of the corrective action plan and report progress to the Executive Committee and the PEC when appropriate. Upon completion of the corrective action plan, as confirmed by the Charter School Division, the PEC shall place the school back in good standing.
Second.
Discussion?
Yeah.
Commissioner Manus?
That happens to me. It's just, I know.
My, my question stems around the, we don't have the most updated corrective action plan. Is that correct? And
Oh, no, you can't.
Yeah.
There's a motion.
It's in there now.
it is in there now. Okay, but are we, we've had some discussion.
About them changing it.
Yeah, and so that's where,
Option.
yeah, that's where I just wanted some clarification. on
Okay,
The discussion that we've had today, if there's going to be any,
Like as amended.
correct? Yeah,
So like
so
that,
you want me to just change the language of the motion to say to document 7A.2 as amended?
well, no, my concern is.
So we won't see the amended.
That what we've discussed, especially like the concerns surrounding the meeting weekly, that if you're considering changing that if you have to follow this, it will be an undue burden if you're considering potential changes to that. So that's why
Okay, so I think my response could be, and I think their attorney might weigh in on this, is the fact that, just a guess, that just because it's not in this plan doesn't mean they can't alter it, especially if it's a forward moving change, that they still have the flexibility from what I see to say, hey, you know what, this didn't work, but we're going to do this. It doesn't alter the plan to get live more or anything like that. It just enhances their opportunity to do it. They can make that change without it being in black and white in the corrective action plan. And he can't weigh in. I'm
No,
sorry.
I do have, so in that specific part in the plan that we can currently see that we just said we would approve, it says, I think there could be enough flexibility for them to make that change without changing this. Cause it says parents or students and parents who need online only options will be required to meet with their teachers on campus at least once a week for in-person support and instruction. I think they can say they meet with their mentor. And that's included as a teacher, and so I think they can make it more specific for their purposes, but for us, I think that could be flexible enough to where we could amend it to say meet with at one teacher on
It doesn't
campus.
say meet with all their teachers.
It doesn't, it just says their teachers.
Right.
Yeah, so I think it could be allow enough for
Flexible.
us to be able to approve it, but then still do it a little bit more specifically.
Unless the commissioner is looking for something more specific in terms of that contact. But I think what's written there in the plan gives the school enough flexibility to allow.
And the evidence,
you know,
the evidence they have
modifying
to
it.
provide is a quarterly
Yeah.
meeting agenda, a sample mentor log, and a sample individual
Yeah.
learning plan. So I think that also, that's the evidence that CSD can see.
Right.
To see that they're doing that.
Especially the mentor law.
Right.
Great. Commissioner
I
Creed.
have a question. So because we don't have the final of the corrective action plan.
Commissioner
This
Creed,
is
it is in the,
It is
7A.
there.
yeah.
Okay, that's what I printed out. Okay. In terms of for the public, that's what I was thinking. I would
Well, it's posted.
there are two questions I have. They can be amendments. One is a clarification of the school hours. Clarification of the on-campus building open hours. That's something that
I think it's in there too, Commissioner Correa. It's in the plan,
Yeah.
it's
10 to 4:30, Monday through
copy.
Thursday.
Okay, then that's obviously it's no secret I'm a fan of in-person instruction versus the other. And so if I were someone trying to get around this, building's open, doors are there, there's an administrator sitting right over there. Yeah, but we're all your teachers. I mean, I just want to make sure these kids are getting what is their due.
It says all the teachers will be.
Yeah,
On
it also is
campus.
requiring all
I
teachers to be
missed
on
that.
campus starting
Yep.
Second
March
quarter as well.
14th. Yeah.
every
I
teacher is
missed
going to
that.
be on campus.
Okay.
Yep.
This one, maybe I printed a previous thing accidentally. I'm sorry. The other thing that I don't want the school to close. Okay, I don't want any school to close. I would you, as a friendly amendment, something along the lines of that the schools, I don't know how the language would be strong, that students are strongly encouraged to attend for personal instruction.
You know, that is so.
All you're saying is they're strongly encouraged. I mean, it's just making the statement that.
So here's my concern / question about that. How does the charter school division ask for evidence and report back to us that yes, they strongly, you know, do they just say, oh, here, we sent them out an email. Was that was it strong? Was it forceful? You know, I just don't think that's a measurable piece. I understand your concern. I do, but I think that wording just, you can't measure it.
I would leave it to the wordsmither. And the reason I even wrote this note down, and I can't remember who said it, maybe perhaps was you, Commissioner Beck, that the expectation that maybe only 10 to 15% of the kids would return in person. For me, that is to start. I don't care. For me, that is completely unacceptable. That is completely unacceptable that in the fourth quarter, only 10 to 15% of the kids to start are going to be in person. So that's what I'm trying to address.
I get you.
And I
I'm
don't
gonna
have an answer.
Because it is the fourth quarter. That's why there is going to be a low expectation. I think if this was the first quarter, there'd be a higher expectation. But at this point in time, kids are used to being home and, you know, things like that.
They're doing off camera and having a really poor attendance rate. You know,
well,
there's a point at which we just make every allowance.
Well,
maybe it's just a societal thing in general. We just make every allowance for a student to not attend, to make excuses, to, you know, this is an exaggeration, of course, to drive a packet to their home. I mean, it's like, when are kids held responsible for their education in showing up and doing what they're supposed to do and being held accountable? When is that going to start happening again? And maybe not in my lifetime. I'm done diatribing. You don't have to answer that concern. I just want to make sure there's more kids in person, and I don't know how to do that.
I get that. But I have to say that I would not accept an amendment that had a percentage requirement, because I think the school wouldn't be able to fulfill that. And that would be a purpose. So,
thank you.
You know, but, you know.
Commissioner Taylor.
I would just like to add, and the truth really is that at the beginning of next year, they may only have 10 or 15% enrollment. And in 5 years from now, they may only have 10 or 15% of their students that show up in class. I mean, there's no real guideline or anything like that. So I mean, we're going to have to either be okay with that or not be okay with that. So
yeah, and I'll simply add that the school's contract will be up soon, so it can be addressed through renewal and the contract negotiations that, you know, through the ed programming, the commission could say, you know, there has to be, you know, 50% on campus during the week or something like that. That's something moving forward based on what the school learns through this. Because I don't remember how many years left the contract. Is there 2 more years left?
They're up for, yeah.
We're not allowed to do sign language. So yeah. So it's you know, it's soon. So I think that's the conversation based on what we learned through this next year and a half. So
any other discussion about the amendment? Commissioner Manus.
Wait a minute. What amendment?
Or sorry, I apologize. I made a mistake. A motion. I made the motion.
I still, I think that there is maybe some ambiguity surrounding the cell 9 on the cap, because there's one point that says students and parents will meet with staff and will be directed to select 1 to 3 in-person or hybrid classes with in-person attendance requirements. And the following bullet point says student parents who need online only options. To me, it gets convoluted because there's students and parents who need online only, but then to me, the previous bullet point is all, like I could put something there that says student and parents. Well, is that all student parents? Is that select portion of student parents? What student parents? Is it meet to select those 1 to 3 in-person or hybrid classes? So that's why there's confusion between those 2 bullet points. That you're already going to have to be meeting with those parents and students. And that could be, if you're saying that some are going to be online only, to me, there's not a distinction between bullet 2 and bullet 3, and how you're identifying that. So I like the majority of it, but it's hard for me to really understand who is going to be participating in what and how that's going to look. So it's just my point.
So do
Withdraw the motion so we can discuss that.
you want to take a break? Like a 5-minute break to find language that would be amenable, and I can amend it after that break. I think Julia has to wordsmith something instead of us trying to do it on the fly, and it's going to get wonked up.
Yeah,
So
Commissioner
can we do-
Creel, and then I agree. Let's take a 5-minute.
I want to talk before the break just because this may throw a
Break it
wrench
all.
in everything. Yeah. I don't know procedurally. It's I would move to add an amendment and then to have the commission vote on whether or not to accept the. How does that happen again? I can't remember. If I want to, well, I know it would be an unfriendly amendment, but which is fine with me. But if
So
the commission
you
wants
propose
to,
an amendment, it needs a second, then the amendment would get voted on.
Um,
But you could also, during this break, you could come talk about it and see if you can just get it as part of hers. And then do that after the
propose it
break.
now, we'll discuss it before the 5-minute break. But that's a great idea, maybe for the future. I would propose that the school have a 50% in-person attendance rate, that be part of the requirement for their cap.
Okay, you're going to have to propose your own amendment on that.
I just said that.
Yeah.
Would there be a second?
I think you have to say,
So
I
you have
move.
to-
I move that
Yeah.
that
To
part of
amend,
the,
yeah.
I move that part of the cap be that the school has to maintain a 50% in-person attendance rate.
Wait,
Is there a second? Nope, that would die. That's fine.
I'll second just for discussion. How
That's
about
cool.
that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, so obviously in making that amendment, I'm like really attached to the idea of that kids are showing up in school. And I don't know how to get that done, and maybe it's not the amendment, but I just, oh my God, I just can't believe I forgot your
so
last
that's not
name. It's,
amending, that's,
Arness, I'm sorry. It just went, yeah.
but he said he was amending.
Oh, and I guess we can't have you comment at this point. I would just,
It's not amending.
respectfully, I would ask you to please take that view into account. And I know I'm not the only one that holds the idea of
Yeah,
the
but that's
value
what
of
he said.
in-person instruction. And I trust your expertise to please make more of that happen.
So
I would ask for us to move as quickly as we can through this discussion on this amendment.
I need clarification on the amendment, on what he asked.
I'm going
What
to
you
withdraw
need?
the amendment.
Yeah,
That's why I second.
yeah.
I'm withdrawing the amendment.
So.
You can go off and have the break. I'm withdrawing the amendment.
Oh, you're withdrawing?
I
the
just,
amendment?
yeah,
Okay.
I
all right.
withdraw the amendment.
Okay, then we're good.
Thank you, Commissioner Creel. Let's take a 5-minute break
Wait,
and then we'll circle back. So we'll come back at 12:06.
Gonna make.
are you making changes to the motion?
I don't think so. We're just changing the document.
So during,
So am I changing my
I don't think, yeah. You know, Commissioner Gibbs, I'm just going to give a real quick review to the commissioners about what we just did over the brief intermission. We worked with the school and multiple commissioners to fine tune a few pieces of language within the current cap. Nothing substantial. I would like to have, it's on for those of you who are reviewing column B, row 9 was the area in which we made some slight shifts. Commissioner Manus, I'm going to have you just share real quickly, just so that everyone knows what we shifted there within those 3 bullets. And again, it's on column B, row 9.
Do I need to type it?
No.
I'll email you.
It's not on there.
It's not on.
It's gonna be just 1 minute.
Julia's little slowly.
I'm sorry. No, we made it. We made it already, Karina. I'm not sure what you're asking, but it's not on this document because we didn't have view capability. We only have view capability. We couldn't edit that. And so we had to download that.
S7A. 7A2. 7A2.
All right. So in our Google Drive, it's 7A2. You might need to refresh.
I can share mine.
And
That's a good idea. Just confirm. It is so good. Like ridiculously good for being like a bland weird.
They're better if you don't mind.
all right.
Okay, so we're looking at 9B here, that specifically the second and third bullet points. I'd like to start off with the third bullet point because that's where more clarification, what we've discussed during the meeting, that those students, parents who need the online only option will be required to meet with their mentor or teacher. Before it was teacher. And with this, on campus at least once a week for in-person support. Previously, it was in-person support and instruction. And I think based on our conversations during the meeting, it was appropriate for us to make those changes because it would make an undue burden if the student parent had to meet with every teacher every week. So that was a specific thing that we had discussed. The second point was
correct me if I didn't hear you right. I thought I heard you just say it's an undue burden to ask every student to meet with each of their teachers each week.
in person, online only. They can meet via Zoom, they can meet, it's how I view it as office hours for instructor. If you're online only, that instructor, they may have office hours, right? But students don't have to attend. And many times they don't attend from my experience, but they're still required to meet with their mentor to discuss like their weekly progress, et cetera. It's not that they have to meet with each individual teacher every week, because if you're having to do that, you're creating a lot of extra meeting time beyond instructional hours is what I'm getting at. This is beyond instructional hours.
Beyond instructional hours that are online. But what about instructional hours? How is that being handled? You know, Mr. Smith is my history instructor and I want to go to school and learn from him in person.
Still have that option, correct?
Yeah.
From what I understand.
I just, when you said undue burden for the kids, okay, fine.
My thought is if they're taking online only, if they have to meet with every teacher every week, they're taking online only for a reason, whether it be they have work requirements, they have family requirements, whatever it might be, that they're not able to take that time, whether it be 10 minutes with every instructor every week. It may just be too much. And if we think of a classroom, say there's 10 students in a class, 10 minutes times 10 students every week, it, to me as an instructor, beyond the instructional hours, that would get to be a lot.
Yeah. Thank you.
Right, required.
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Carrillo. Commissioner Manus, sorry. I'd love for you to go ahead and just complete the update.
Sure.
We can move back to the proposed motion.
Sure. The second one was related to me, the second bullet point was confusing, given that the third bullet point has the online aspect. So the second bullet point stated before, student parents will meet with staff and we will be directed to select 1 to 3 in-person or hybrid classes. We changed directed to encouraged because if you say directed, and as we had discussed, it means they have to. It's a requirement. You select 1 to 3 in-person classes and you are required to attend in person for instruction. So encouraged to us seemed to be a better or more appropriate word there to allow flexibility for the school.
Thank you, Commissioner Manus. And the school was here with us, just for the record, and agreed to those subtle amendments to the corrective action plan. Commissioner Gibson, could you repeat the motion, please? Thank you.
So I move that the Public Education Commission accept the corrective action plan presented by Cesar Chavez Community School, document 7.A.2, to address the breach of contract by the school and to return to in-person and hybrid instruction starting March 14th, 2023. I further move that the Charter School Division monitor the progress of the corrective action plan and report progress to the Executive Committee and the PEC when appropriate. Upon completion of the corrective action plan, as confirmed by the Charter School Division, the PEC shall place the school back in good standing.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. Secretary Armijo, can you go ahead and take a roll call vote, please? We've already discussed.
You can't just.
No, we already had a second. I was just rereading.
You changed, yeah, but you discussed and then you took a 5-minute break to redo things. And so we can still discuss. There's nothing to prevent us from. I just had a question about the word appropriate, the timing of when CSD feels it's appropriate as opposed to setting a hard time.
So can I address that?
Go ahead,
Because I think it's when appropriate is when the Charter School Division sees a concern, then they would deem it appropriate. I don't, so that when they're monitoring the school, if they don't see anything of concern, they don't bring us anything. But if they notice a concern, then it would be appropriate in the director's report to bring it to, or during executive committee meeting, bring it. So I don't think it requires, they already have timelines in their corrective action plan.
Then there's a point to which they just come to us and say, please place them back in good standing. All right.
Great. Secretary Armijo, can you take a roll call vote, please?
Yes. Secretary Armijo votes yes. Vice Chair Burt.
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo.
No.
Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
Commissioner Kosicevich.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson.
Yes.
Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
Commissioner Beck.
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
and Chair Brower.
Yes.
Passes 9-1.
Great. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Arnis, Mr. Hill, and team members.
Thank you.
We're at 12:24 right now. Before we go to our next item, item number 8, let's take a lunch break. Would you all be okay with 45 minutes?
I'd be better okay with less. 30 minutes that needs to drive home.
Yeah, for sure. Would be, can we just do a round number of 1 o'clock? Would that be okay? Okay, let's come back. Commissioners, greater public, we're going to go ahead and call our meeting back to order. The next item on our agenda today is item number 8, discussion and possible action on corrective action plan for La Tierra Montessori School as completed by the school and CST. And so similar to what we did in the past, Director Chavez, it'd be great to have you give us an update. We'll have the school as well provide an update. I do want to share, those of you who are on Zoom, I think that there may have been some hand raised. If you're not part of the school or part of the commission, at this stage, we're not taking public comment. That happens at the beginning of the meeting. So if you would like to make public comment on this issue, that would be the next meeting that we would have. Or you can also reach out to me if you have additional comments as well. But we won't be taking public comments during this item. And with that, Director Chavez, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair Brower, Commissioners. I see that we have the chair of the board and the head administrator. They may want to add additional board members who are in the audience. We'll ask them at this point if they want to promote anybody, and then I'll get started with the context. So Isaac, Patricia, do you want any other board members to be promoted to the panel?
Hello, Director Chavez. Yes, if we could move Delisha Gordon Brown and Brenda Atencio, as well as Mr. Charlie Riddick over. Thank you.
Thank you, Isaac. All right, Commissioners, this is item number 8 that we're starting with, which is discussion and possible action on the corrective action plan for La Tierra Montessori. And then item number 9 also is about La Tierra Montessori. We ordered them in this way because the corrective action plan, which you see as the item 8A, is in your folder, and then there are 2 amendments that align with the corrective action plan for item number 9. So my team has worked closely with La Tierra Montessori on creating this corrective action plan based on the one that they submitted last time, and taking it and putting it in a format that I think you might appreciate. It's easier to read. It talks about actions and processes, the evidence that would be present for us to know how to monitor it, the responsible parties, the completion dates, and then we put the PEC reporting dates in there. So as you know, one of the issues that we've been addressing with La Tierra Montessori is what is the mission statement. There was a change that was made just prior to signing the contract with the PEC in the summer. And so there is an amendment to change that so that it is more accurately reflecting what the leadership at the school wants it to say. Similarly, there was a change in the mission goals. That was something that they put in the cap, and so we just carried that forward. There's also an action step on the Montessori training, which is slated to begin as early as March. And so we put some completion dates for April and for us to report back to you all in May. We have some governing board training as another action item that we would want to monitor, and that the school had suggested that we could. That as we have been visiting the school, we have taken special ed staff members with us to the site visits and had them take a look at the special ed program. And in the end, the special ed Bureau did issue a corrective action plan. We knew that it was coming. The school received it on February 9th. And so the action step associated with special ed is that the school complete the special ed corrective action plan, and that we would report to you on progress towards meeting that special ed plan. We are asking for the school to modify their employee policy and we can talk more a little bit about that. We are looking at policies and making sure that there's full coverage for the school when the head administrator is out of the office, to make sure that staff know who they would go to. We also wanted to make sure that the school is administering the short cycle assessments that they are proposing. So we have some dates on that they're administering the access assessment, which is for English learners. We have been working very closely with Indian Ed and identified that the school is in fact a historically defined Indian impacted school located on Okayawinga land. Although they have a declining Native American population, they are considered Indian impacted. And so as a result of that, there are several items that need to be put into place. You'll see those as the evidence items listed in column 2. So working with Indian Ed and with the school, we put those items in there. Similarly, we were able to get a copy of a report that was written by Palms and Associates looking at risk control. And they identified a couple of areas that were of concern for safety: the playground and loss control the loss and control of safety audit report is something that we can share with you all, but there's items that Palms identified that we want for the school to address. I just want to say that when we first started to note the safety concerns at the school and communicated them to the school, they did put into place some immediate steps that we felt good about, but this is a much more thorough and detailed report that Palms did to let the school know what the specific safety items are. And then the final one was that the school didn't really have clear policies and procedures for management oversight in the absence of the head learner. So we're asking the school to develop that policy. Again, I rely on my staff to do the site visits. I try to go on as many as I can, but I did not go to La Tierra for the past couple of times. Ms. Martika Davis did. So if you have clarifying questions about what she might have seen at the school and about the report that came from Palms and Associates, she would have those details. Otherwise, I will stand for question. Or maybe you want the school to present.
Thank you. I think it would be great to hear from the school as well. So Mr. Casadas, Ms. Areta, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, members of the commission. Thank you so much for your diligence and your time. As we said, it's always important for us to, as we come before this body, to be able to prevent evidentiary support that we are taking the breach issues very, very diligently, that we're correcting those key issues as they are made aware to us. And as Representative Roger Montoya said, or former Representative Roger Montoya had said, I mean, as a board, having a diverse population, it's very important to us as a board to ensure that that population is represented with the utmost respect. I do want to touch on a couple of issues that were brought up and some public comments that were made. And I know Ms. Herrera will be able to kind of address those a little bit clearer. There was an issue as far as a security threat that was made by a student. We can't necessarily go into full detail, but I can tell you that that student is no longer at the school. That threat assessment was made. As you know, there are a number of hoax and threats that have been made throughout the state. We saw 4 of them over the past week, 1 this morning at Pewaukee High School. And it's something that we take very diligently as we move through this process. And any threat that is either levied against a staff member or another student is elevated immediately. And we're so thankful that Ms. Herrera has taken that initiative on head first and been very diligent in that process. The second part that I'd like to really focus in on is a collaborative effort that we've had with not only CSD Director Chavez and special education, as well as the Indian Education Department, but also Palms and Associates, really identifying key areas. We have reached out because we are on a tribal reservation. We do not own that building. It is managed and owned by Okewinga, which sits on Okewinga's reservation. So Ms. Herrera has had some pretty extensive conversations with the former governor, Ron Lobato, as well as in his capacity as president or CEO of SAY Corporation, to really address those kind of minute issues that were addressed within the Palms report. And so his staff has been navigating that process by doing a full assessment, as well as providing a full mold update, which found that there was no mold within our building. So for us, that's really important to ensure that the safety and the well-being of those children is adhered to as best as we can. So with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to Ms. Herrera, and then if our vice president or secretary have anything to say, I will let them go ahead if that's allowable, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and commissioners. We're excited to begin working on implementing this corrective action plan. As I've stated before, a lot of this, it's been a great learning experience for me. I would just like to address a couple of the concerns once again as they came up in the public comments. There's a chain of command, and I'm going to be quite frank and honest. I had staff members who were calling outside entities, reporting things, telling parents things. I was getting phone calls on one of the mornings that I was investigating something that was related to the first situation. I have never told teachers not to call parents. Parents are the cornerstone of education. It takes a village, and without that communication, our village crumbles. But when you're calling parents and telling them about a matter that has not been fully investigated, it puts a lot of things in jeopardy, especially the investigation. This occurred last week before I even contacted parents of the children that I was concerned about. I felt that it was unprofessional and unethical, and some of those conversations could actually be FERPA violations. I was not pleased about it. And yes, I did tell my staff to stop calling outside entities. It did not mean don't call your child's teacher. It meant let me do my job first, and then we can follow through. I did speak with a person from Palms and Associates when they came in to do the assessment on our building. I'm still waiting for him to call me back and let me know when another associate of his is going to come in to help with the needs assessment for our shelter in place and lockdown drills, because my staff needs to be trained in that prior to us just going into lockdown. I had called a shelter in place early on when I came in October, and a lot of people didn't know what to do. So it was scary for the children, but it was handled with stride. This is a safe place. We addressed a lot of the issues that came up with Palms and Associates. We've ordered a new bell system. We're still waiting for that to come in. We ordered door alarms for the outside doors so we can know if anybody has breached those. Teachers are to be on duty. They need to stay with their children. If they need to go do something or something's come up, they need to make sure that there is coverage for their students prior to leaving. Even with the deficits that we've had in our budgets, we're doing our best to make sure that we've ordered things, and the signage, everything else that they've asked for, we're taking care of. I address each issue. And that could be just little things that happen in the office, in the classrooms, or safety issues at the highest level. I've done it for years, and I've been through some scary situations. And I feel that my staff and I, when we had to deal with some of those when I was with the Espanola schools, I think that we handled them with grace. And I've been through it. So my professionalism is constantly being questioned, and I have done everything that I can through by the book, and without, giving up any information regarding a student, which would be a FERPA violation. Plus, I also respect the privacy of the individuals who are teaching here in my building. As far as the bilingual teacher, she resigned on her own accord. We also completed our mold through a mold inspection through the Pueblo's SAY Corporation and their providers, and no mold was found in our building. So I've gone through the special education corrective action. I've already started calculating hours, and with the help of the outside agency, Margot Hurtado, she is willing to help me work on how many compensatory hours are owed to students. But services are happening, logs are happening, and IEPs are taking place. In fact, I just got off the phone with a parent and we were scheduling an IEP. So I think that might have covered a lot of the things, but this is a safe building. I've been in places where, a lot of things occur. This is a nice little place, and we're going to get it to where it needs to be again. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herrera. Are there anybody else from the school or governance board that wanted to share anything in addition?
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is Brenda Atencio, Brenda, last name Atencio, Atencio. I just want to thank you for your assistance in this matter and working with us to work through this corrective action plan. Also want to thank CSD, and just know that we as a board are ready to get to work on this corrective action plan and keep it moving forward for La Tierra, for our students, for our parents. And just thank you. I just wanted to reiterate Ms. Herrera's comments. I'll turn it over if Delisha or Charlie have anything to add. Thank you.
I don't have any comments at this time.
You're on mute, sir.
Okay, my name is Charlie Riddick, and I'm glad to be on the governor's board and have confidence in us. And I know that we got a long ways to go, but I believe and I have faith that we can get the school where it's supposed to be at with your assistance and with the help of everybody else, and also with communication. So it came a long way since I've been there. I had doubt at first, but my faith lets me know that we can get there and get things where it's supposed to be as a school. Children first, what I believe in. And I believe that if the children come first, we got a big job on our hands and we can accomplish it. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, sir. I'm going to open it up to the commission for questions and comments. Commissioner Gibson.
This quick. So my concern is that at the last meeting, we did not move forward on the corrective action plan because I know I specifically said I can't vote on this because I don't know what the special ed deficiencies are, and I don't know what, and we were waiting for the Palms and Associates, and we don't have that. We don't know what they are. And there could be an element in that risk assessment, or there could be an element in the special ed audit that would warrant immediate action. And saying that there's going to be corrections to it gives me no clear information that I can, that would change my mind from last month, because I don't, I don't have any additional information, and that's concerning to me. When I was on the school's website I'm going to say about 2 weeks ago, I was looking through the board minutes, and there were a couple of attachments of pictures that I believe a parent had submitted, maybe through public comment or submitted somehow. And there were, the pictures were addressing some safety concerns. And there was one picture where there was a huge hole in the ceiling. I don't know what that room was. I don't know if it was a classroom. I don't know what it was. And I've tried now to run through the minutes to see if I can find that picture, and I can't now. So I don't know if someone from the school can help, perhaps address that issue, because there were at least 3 or 4 pictures that someone, and I believe it was a parent, had taken of what they believed were serious safety concerns at the school, and they were attached to the minutes. And I deeply regret that I did not capture that in a picture so I could go back to those minutes. But I've been trying to flip through the minutes now, and I can't find those pictures now. They were, I think they were listed as exhibits in the one board minutes. So I still have, I have ongoing concerns about safety. I'm really, this is March, and the school is saying, we're working on, this is, I don't want to compare schools, but in a way I'm going to right now. The school that was here before us this morning, oh, thank you. So what date is that?
This is their 12/20.
12/20.
That is December 20th, yes.
Yeah, and see that hole? Now I've lost so the school that came before us this morning, there wasn't really a concern that students weren't being served. We had an issue with how they were being served in terms of live or not, but there was not a concern that special ed wasn't doing servicing. We've had no information regarding that. This school is in March and is now saying, oh yeah, we're getting it together, and we're making sure that, if there's compensatory hours, and we're on track. Well, we're 3/4 of the way through the school year, and I completely empathize with Ms. Herrera that she's in an untenable position. She's stretched between teacher and head administrator, and in a school that is sinking. I know you upgraded the school, the contract to 0.5 instead of a 0.1, but that then takes away from her ability to service special ed students. And I do know that you onboarded someone else as well. But it still takes away. And a school that's sinking needs more than a 0.5 head administrator. I mean, seriously. And honestly, for a school in this day and age to be sitting here in March and saying, we're trying to get trained in active shooters, and, especially a school that doors don't lock. So, I have little to no confidence that this school can move forward successfully. They're in a budget crisis because they overprojected, and that's untenable in a healthy, stable school. But in a school that needs to do servicing and needs to staff appropriately to be able to service the students appropriately, the school can't do that. They can't afford to do that. So, I'm personally at a point where I've got no confidence that this school is providing even a safe environment for the school, let alone I know there's commitments to Montessori, but you know, I'm done with commitments and promises. I was done probably months ago with that. So right now, that's all I have to say.
Commissioner Peck.
Yeah, one of the things that did concern me was, I believe it was Ms. Herrera's comment that you're getting things done even with the deficit. So it seems like, you know, in a school that's struggling like it is, to also have a significant budget deficit even ties your hands more. And that's a pretty big concern when you're trying to deal with structural issues for your school and for the playground and for those other areas when you've had some students actually, I guess, leave, which even brings a greater issue involved with that. But the budget deficit is certainly concerning.
Commissioner Creo.
I mean, I know I'll have more, but this is just relative to what Ms. Gibson said and Commissioner Beck. So historically, this just goes way back. It's another situation where my recollection is we were in Ruidoso talking about all these issues maybe in September or August or something of last year. This is not something new. It really is. It's very tragic in a sense that when the school was renewed, it just seemed like within 8 months, it just imploded. And for a variety of reasons. And I understand relations between admin and the board switched over, but you know, a lot of things. The thing that gives me great pause as to this school's ability to continue is how much learning can possibly be going on amidst this environment. And I'm trying to look up, and they're helping me, the reports for 21, 22. I would just have to echo what Ms. Gibson said in having zero confidence in the ability of the board and the head admin to continue forward. And it's also because I see things like, and I highlighted these on the plan, we're constantly hearing phrases such as, we are detailing plans to, our intent is to, we are working on. Well, you know what? It's February 17th. And as far as I'm concerned, time's been up for a while, but time is like really up. And we, again, it's like I said earlier today, you know, at what point do we, because we are custodians of taxpayer dollars, we are custodians of parents' expectations and the promise to them of delivering education in every school that we have as a state charter, but the state also in district schools. There's a promise that's made. And I believe that's been not just the breach of contract, it's just not happening. And, you know, it's super unfortunate because I think that the Valley really needs a tuition-free Montessori or a school like it. And I know McCurdy School is a charter and they're trying really hard and they've been doing better and better, which is great, but the Valley needs more. But I don't believe that this school offers that any longer. Especially since it's supposed to be a Montessori and there's very little adherence to the Montessori or even the staff that can do that. Here, there also, it says in the report, let's see, it has to do with educational, where we're working to get the Montessori education and certification. Here we are. It's under evidence, the third item down. My understanding is you're using the the organization that's in Albuquerque or maybe it's in Lake Los Ranchos or that area, that has to do with Indian Ed, that's not even my understanding is it's not even a certified Montessori training center. You can correct me if I'm wrong with that. Am I wrong?
They are about to become, they do Montessori training and they're about to become certified. I don't know their timeline for that, but
Well, I just
they
love
do
that.
that.
Okay. They're doing the training and that's great that they're about to become, and we don't know the timeline. We don't know the timeline for anything here. I can no longer in good conscience support keeping the unlocked doors of this school open.
I just saw that the Palms and Associates is on the Google Drive, but I know we haven't had a chance to even review that. And so I'm wondering, Martika, I think, did you say Karina was connected to that, or has some maybe something that's shared that would at least provide, especially to Commissioner Gibson's point, some additional information that we haven't yet?
Yes, Chair Brower, and commissioners, so you know, there's a couple of different documents that have been uploaded. The letter that special ed sent to the school, the corrective action plan that special ed created, and the Palms and Associates reports.
All right,
And
Karina,
Martika has read them in detail. So if you have any questions about them.
I think in terms of like a process, I'm probably mistaken to ask us to review that, but I think it is important to point that out, that they are there for us. We probably can't utilize these for today, sadly, but we do have that there for potential other opportunities. So I know for me, I'm trying to review it as I sit here, but other comments from the commission?
I'm waiting to receive, because I would just like to see it before we do anything. Because when I went on the website, I couldn't retrieve the contract and everything, but not 21-22 performance. And I know that we're trying to find that now because that plays into my decision as well. We can't show, I can see it though, can't I? Why can't I see it?
Commissioner Carrillo, this morning, we started to review some of the 21-22 reports, and there was a halt on viewing those. So I don't think that I can share with you any reports. Is that correct?
Well, the proficiency data is public and online already.
So that means that you can go to the place that was provided to you by Dr. Alvarez yesterday. To look at proficiency.
It just doesn't, it gives me some demographic stuff, but nothing about proficiency.
Yeah, it's on the PED website, but not on Vistas.
That's where honestly, I find all of the PEC and PED stuff for like a layperson trying to find information very difficult.
It's always been that's been a long time complaint for people.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah. Chair Brower, if I may.
So the other thing that I would,
Commissioner Manus does have it. If he could screen share, he has it up on his screen right now.
Well, if he wants to screen share,
So we could see
while he's
the
doing that,
proficiency data.
cool. And while he's doing that, I would say, you know, I was reminded when we were talking about special ed that Ms. Gibson was talking about special ed. When I was, it was a really difficult decision, but when I was at Santa Fe Public Schools, we had a school where the principal was routinely in violation of federal law relative to IEPs and providing the special ed that kids needed. And there just came that point at which he had to be terminated. I'm obviously not going to review any information or anything like that at the school, but you get to that point where you're tired of hearing all the reasons why not, and you just have to do the right thing. Can
you see that?
Yeah, I can see it.
So I just highlighted, this is for all grades and all students for the school. And this is the early lit, language arts, math and science scores. 2021, 2022.
So all this does, unfortunately, to me, is confirm that there's not enough learning going on at this school. It's a violation of the public trust.
Commissioner Beck.
He wants to know if you can put the palms thing up.
It's not a public record. We didn't like, we didn't post it in time.
So you can't.
Yeah, for sure.
Probably not.
Probably not.
Not this month.
Mr. Casados.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So what I'd like to point out is, as I know Commissioner Carrillo is drawing attention to the 21-22 performance numbers, that was under our former head learner. That's why that former head learner is no longer here. And so it was daunting for us as a board to have to be stuck in a position where we never even saw these numbers as a board. We had asked for this documentation over and over and over again. And thankfully we have Ms. Herrera in that capacity because it is a part of that process. Now I'd like to talk about the roof area because that came up in discussion from Commissioner Gibson. That is not a student area. And that is an area that is locked and closed off. The individual who actually took that picture is a contractor who actually was paid to repair that element of the roof and never did. That person has now been referred to the state auditor's office for collecting funds for payment of issues that they did not perform. The final thing, as far as the budget, we didn't overproject anything. That came from a PED reduction that hit numerous schools all across the state. Albuquerque Public School System saw a reduction of close to $6 million out of their budget. We saw a reduction of $120,000 out of our budget. That was nothing that we were well aware of until the day before school started. So we've had to really buckle down. We've had to, and we've tried to do everything without enforcing a RIF policy, because I think a RIF policy would have been detrimental to the school. And thankfully, Ms. Herrera has stepped into that capacity to be able to do the job she does. And listen, I would love to have a full-time special education teacher. I would have love to have a full-time head learner. I think all of our board would. But when you don't have the funds to do it, you have to make do with what you have. And we've been trying to do that as very best as we can. And it's been daunting. It's been difficult. And this is not something that really is for as volunteers, something that we take very lightly. It's not something that we just kind of say, oh, it's not happening. We have addressed every issue, start to finish. Commissioner Carrillo can go back and say, listen, we're moving through this process and we're promising things. We've done every other issue from the time we began. And I think that's what new commissioners need to understand as well, is under Chair Burt, if an issue was addressed, we would automatically address and rectify that issue immediately. And I'll have to go back to what I heard in the prior conversation. The catch-22 issues is a challenge. We constantly get pulled back into this environment because communication was being passed from one person onto a commissioner or to somebody else, and then it gets exacerbated into a completely different new issue that then the board has to address another issue. And we've done whatever we can to address the issues quickly and in time, within days. It's not something where we've just kind of said, well, we're not going to communicate with you. It's important to us to ensure that there's ample communication between our board and the PEC and the Charter School Division. And I've said it over and over. Director Chavez and I are on the phone probably twice, 2 times, 3 times a week, if not her staff. And if an issue is addressed or an issue is brought up, she contacts me immediately and says, hey, Isaac, can you give us an update on this? Or can you find out information from the head learner? And within minutes, we're working on a resolution. So the diligence that we provide to this process isn't something that we've just kind of kicked the can down the road. It's been issues. If we go back to the prior notice that you gave us, we addressed every one of those issues quickly. So I do take offense to the idea that we've kind of just negated that responsibility. And as I said, performance numbers, that individual is coming before you now to do a new charter school later on. And so I would hope that you look at the numbers that Ms. Herrera is looking at right now, and where those scores will increase exponentially because there's learning now happening in the classroom. So with that, I'll defer back to you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Taylor.
Thank you. Mr. Casados, I just have a question. Could you just very briefly kind of give us a summary of what is happening with your Montessori teaching program?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Taylor. I appreciate that. So one of the key areas that we really wanted to focus in on, because we are on a tribal community, is ensuring that that Montessori accreditation or that training program is comparable to what is happening at the Indigenous Learning Montessori Center, or the Caris Learning Center that is located on Coche de Pueblo. We've been working with Povey Mitchell and her group to devise this plan, and it will start at the beginning of next month on a Saturday. And then for 6 preceding weeks, every other week, teachers will be put through an extensive and comprehensive Montessori training program. For me, I was never trained as a Montessori. I never went to a Montessori school. So that's a learning gap that we've all had. New Mexico, specifically Espanola, probably has 1 certified Montessorian in the entire valley. And so this is one of those things where we have to go out of community in order to pull that knowledge in. And we're thankful to the Indigenous Learning Center, Montessori Learning Center, for providing that education. Instead of having to take and transplant our staff to Europe or other parts of the country, which can cost anywhere from $12,000 to $14,000 per teacher for training.
So thank you for that. So would you say, obviously there's no certified Montessori teacher on site.
We do have one. We do have one.
You do have one.
The former head learner is still there. Correct.
Okay.
She is a
All right.
kindergarten teacher. Correct.
Good. And what about are all of the methods, all of the Montessori methods being taught in every classroom, or just some?
It is a full Montessori school. So I think, as I alluded into my prior response back to the PEC, the board has not modified anything from what happened under the former head learner, which was Angela Feathers, who was a certified Montessorian, to what's happening today. That instruction is the same, materials are the same, classroom is the same. Everything has followed suit to what the programmatic issues were that she had, or that curricula that she built. That has been implemented from start to finish, and there has been no modification from Ms. Herrera and or this board to modify that any differently.
Okay.
Commissioner Manus.
It's interesting that you bring that up, because you had just stated within the last 10 to 15 minutes that what was done in the previous year was not good, and that's why you removed the head learner.
Any other discussion points? Commissioner Creo.
I mean, I guess one just has to ask the question, if there's the commitment to being a Montessori school, why do you want to change the mission statement to lessen the extent to which you're a Montessori school, as opposed to in the new mission statement being Montessori inspired? I mean, that would be like, decaf with skim milk. I don't quite get it. So anyway.
Mr. Chair, can I respond to that real quickly?
Sure, and I'm sorry, I didn't see. I can't read my who else has their hand up. So yeah,
I think one of the big challenges we face in a Montessori environment, specifically in the greater Espanola area, is there's not one. we have to bring these people in from other parts of the country. It is not a methodology that is normally practiced. And I would venture to say that most individuals on the commission couldn't even talk about what the fundamentals of Montessori are other than maybe reading a book. And so the idea behind this is focusing in on individuals who have that knowledge locally. That's why we went out to the Indigenous Montessori Learning Center. As Representative Montoya spoke about this morning, the fidelity was to 3 key areas. It was to be Montessori, it was to be arts and science derived. And we believe that the mission statement now provides an equal footing for all 3, with Montessori being that inspired classroom and that opportunity to provide a comprehensive learning environment, but also ensuring that that arts component as well as the science are the benchmarks of the success of those students. It's important to us to understand that one cannot work without the other. And specifically in this environment, when we've sent 64 kids on to New Mexico School for the Arts and they've graduated from there, that tells me that the arts component is if not more important than maybe the other 2. But we still haven't said, hey, let's scrap the science. Let's scrap the Montessori. We want to ensure that there's adherence to all 3. When Montessori started out, when Maria Montessori started out in her book and every text she said is, I don't know everything. And my process will always be updated. That's what Montessori is all about, is ensuring that we take what's happening in community and ensuring that we build a program that addresses the needs of and concerns of those students. And that's why the science and the arts component are just as integral as and just as important as the Montessori component. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll defer back.
Ms. Gordon-Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, and just to answer Commissioner Carrillo's question, why change the mission statement? Well, it's the same reason why one of the commissioners earlier this morning, excuse me, requested to remove the words "directed to" from an earlier charter that you all were discussing. It's because it makes you adhere to something. So by being an inspired school, our hands are not binded. And so we can't, so a year from now, we're not going to go through the same thing that we're in breach of contract because we're not Montessori certified. We don't want to stray away from the Montessori inspired, but we also cannot have our hands tied. The same way you don't want someone to be directed to attend in-person classes, but are encouraged to. You guys said it yourself earlier today. Simple as that.
You know, we're about to make a motion in case anybody would like to have any other questions or have any other comments that you'd like to make. So we're going to take, if there are no other comments or questions before our motion, we're going to take a few minutes of a break. 5 minutes? We'll take a 5-minute break. We're going to be back at, well, let's just go for broke and go to 2 p.m. We'll come back at 2 p.m. Commissioner Gibson?
Yes. So I move that the Public Education Commission issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter regarding of La Tierra Montessori School for the, is it La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Science? That's it, okay. So I move that the Public Education Commission issue a notice of intent to revoke the charter of La Tierra Montessori School for the Arts and Science regarding the following issues. Section 2, scope, paragraph 2I and II. Designated charter representative in its contract negotiations with the PEC or failure to comply with the contract by the present board signed by its designated charter representative. The school representation to PEC that the charter contract was negotiated by a person with authority and approved by the board when the present board now represents they did not have such authority, excuse me, or if done appropriately, then the present board has failed to comply with the signed contract and implement it. Further, if there was an issue with authority to enter into charter contract, the school failed to remedy any possible issues related to the contract from the time period May to July 2022, even after being directed to correct these issues by the PEC on August 19th, 2022. Section 4, 1, purpose, 2, mission, 4I, comprehensive educational program of the school. The school failed to institute a Montessori program with trained Montessori staff, to provide documentation to CSD regarding how the mission-specific goals are being implemented, and to fully implement the mission and educational program as negotiated. Section 5, performance framework. The school failed to set up the mission-specific goals and set up a scoring sheet for the implementation of the mission-specific goals. On December 12th, 2022, the school submitted incomplete information to revise the mission-specific goals after the request to correct any errors was made on August 19th, 2022, and CSD met with numerous staff members about the need to implement the mission-specific goals. Section 4.5, VI, VII, and IX. Comply with all provisions of the contract and law, hiring and overseeing the head administrator. The new head administrator is a part-time position with that same staff person also providing special education services. There have been numerous complaints that this person is not able to adequately do both jobs in a manner that results in adequate supervision of the school and staff and adequately do the work of the special education instructor students. Section 4.6, operation II, and VIII. Comply with all federal and state laws relating to the education of children with disabilities. Comply with all laws related to safety. Notify the commission of allegations or inappropriate contact with the student. The new head administrator is a part-term position. That same staff person also providing special education services. There have been numerous complaints that this person is not able to adequately do both jobs in a manner that results in adequate supervision of the school and staff and adequately do the work of the special education instructor students. Further, there are reports of 2 incidents where a student was involved in an altercation with a teacher and the sheriff was called. There have been complaints that the school has been an unsafe environment. Further, Palms and Associates has identified numerous safety concerns at the school, and the school is being placed on a corrective action plan by the Public Education Department. Section 5.2 I and II and IV. Participate in state required assessment and meet state's standards of excellence. Student results in the 2021-22 statewide assessments indicate 38% of the students scored proficient or above in ELA, slightly higher than the state average of 34%. 27% proficient in science, below the state average of 33%. Math proficiency is less than 20%. Early literacy proficiency is 5%. La Tierra's 2021-22 assessment participation rate was low, with not more than 69% of eligible students taking the state required assessments. The notice to the school shall provide a proposed procedure to be used in the revocation hearing and shall provide a date and time for the hearing. The notice will also be sent to OK Wingay Pueblo to notify them of the revocation hearing.
Second.
I thought you were going to ask me to read it again.
No, second.
Great, we're open up opened up to discuss the motion. Go ahead, Commissioner Ingham.
Can you describe to me how this procedure goes from here? I'm specifically just wondering what happens to the kids that are attending that school right now. And when does this take in effect?
I think the question has to relate to the motion. So
Well, then I would say as it relates to the motion, when do we expect there to be a hearing? Because that's the time at which probably that would be addressed. Mr. Ingham's concern would be addressed.
So I think the process is 30 to 60 days is what is in.
So part of the process, if the motion to revoke at the hearing is an affirmative, the school is then required to follow certain procedures for the closure of the school. They need to identify, they need to send a letter out to families and staff to notify them of the proceedings. The school always has, there's the right to appeal that's in there. But the process for that notification and preparing parents, the school is obligated to take steps to make sure that the students are provided the options of where they may go, because the school year will continue. The school would not open the following school year. So they would still be there for the remainder of the school year. And during that time, the school is obligated, as well as we are, to oversee that closure and to make sure that staff is provided all the information they need for, their retirements and so on, and successfully transferring information for if they get another job, and same thing with student records, and making parents aware of where they can send their students and making that process as smooth as possible so that they're not just left out with now what do we do? So that is, it's our obligation to oversee that. And then of course, there is the physical process after the school year is over of physically, shutting the school down, which the charter school division has traditionally contracted the physical part of that to someone, because it's, getting the desks out of there immediately, the records, PED takes the records and secures them. But then you've got all the other materials that, have to be provided for.
Procedural question. Did I hear you say 30 to 60 days? Is it like no less than 30, no more than 60? My concern is just for the sake of the parents, staff, everyone, that the hearing be as quickly as possible. That it not drag on.
Yeah, I know. The only thing I know from our council is that it was 30 to 60 days. So that the hearing should be in that time frame.
Okay.
And it's set out in statute, so we'll follow the process that is in statute for sure.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other debate points? Commissioner Creel.
Just want to say that I'm sure others feel likewise. It's with a very heavy heart that we're at this place. Didn't happen overnight, happened over like 6 months after we renewed. Everything just imploded. And it's with a heavy heart that we're here.
Secretary Armijo, can you take a roll call, please?
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
and Commissioner Klasha.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Right.
All right, item number 9. Yeah, I would like to hear from a commissioner to potentially table this item. Commissioner Burke.
Move to table item number 9.
We got a second. Any
No, there's no discussion on a tabling motion. You go right to vote.
great. Let's go ahead to the vote. Thank you.
All righty, Commissioner Klasha.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes. Chair Burt,
Yes.
Vice Chair Burt, sorry. Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
and Commissioner Ingham.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Let's move on to item number 10, discussion and possible action on 2023 charter school renewal application. Dr. Chavez.
Thank you, Chair Brower and commissioners. Just a favor to ask of you for our transcriber. Either may I ask Secretary Armijo to say so-and-so made the motion and so-and-so seconded it, just so that, or to speak loudly when you are seconding a motion, just to make it easier for our transcriber. Thank you. Okay, so we are on to item number 10, which we discussed yesterday, and that is the 2023 charter school renewal application. During the work session, there was some requests to make edits, which were captured. If you want details on what those were, Ms. Brown can respond to your questions for those of you that were not there. But the big takeaway on this one is that the renewal application is largely the same as it was from the year before. We made just a few updates per commission suggestions, and it's there in both Word and PDF in your Google folder. Also, you should know that we've already started to be in contact with the schools that are up for renewal. For new commissioners, just so you know, we keep track of every school that is up for renewal, whether they are up for renewal with the PEC or the local district. We invite them to the renewal trainings. We make recommendations that they also contact their authorizer, but we provide information to them and they have a choice at renewal time to switch authorizer. We're not trying to recruit schools, but in the past, some have moved over to the PEC. That it's up to them. Similarly, schools that you authorize could choose to renew with the local district. Any questions about the renewal application?
We still, based on the new performance framework, are going to have all those schools that are in the teal. Some of them will have the opportunity for a streamlined, I can't remember the word we used. That's the one. Renewal. Is that still going to exist? It is, right?
For 2023, Commissioner Carrillo, because expedited renewal is largely based on academic performance and
don't
we
have
are
the info.
lacking academic
Okay.
data.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. I'll entertain a motion.
Sure, I'll move to, sometimes there's like text. Is there text here that I should read? Or can I just I move to approve item number 10, the changes made to the 2023 charter school renewal application.
Commissioner Beck seconds that.
Well, that was Steve Carrillo making the motion.
You didn't say that.
I know.
Any debate? Let's move to a roll call vote.
Thank you. Commissioner Carrillo made the motion. Commissioner Beck seconded the motion. We will start with Secretary Armijo votes yes. Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Klasicevich,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and Chair Brower.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. All right, the next item, are we good to continue or do we need a little bit of a break? Let's keep on going then. Item number 11. Yeah, all right, I just wanted to,
Don't offer.
I'm sorry, my social emotional learning skill set is so high. I'm trying to read the room. We'll keep on chugging along. So next item, discussion and possible. Item number 11, discussion and possible action on the PEC's rules of procedure. So this is something we also worked on yesterday. We made we discussed a couple of different amendments to our current rules of procedure. I'm going to give the floor to Julia to provide some additional context.
Thank you. These are items 11A and B. I will just flag a couple things. I went ahead and put the rulemaking authority language as item as 1B at the very top of the rules of procedure, and we'll attach the letter from the Attorney General to Senator O'Neill. And then I did just want to flag one thing. And actually, Commissioner Gibson, maybe you can help me with this. Chair Brower, when you were talking about having a lead and second liaison for those various committees, there's not, Commissioner Gibson, I wasn't finding a spot about that, except that only the lead or primary person will get per diem. So it's only in the per diem section unless I'm missing something.
No, but that's where I asked for the change so that it should be, you either take out only lead and you put in you put in who's ever assigned as a liaison. So it could be one or two people.
Can we do you mind looking at that? That's on page 10.
I don't have page numbers on my little thing, but I'll find it.
There's only 11 pages, so.
Oh, thanks.
Way at the bottom. Go ahead.
This is 11A.
Go up.
I gotcha. Okay.
Maybe 2B. I think that's fine. I think 2B works.
It's B2. A liaison will only be reimbursed for travel if he or she or they are the primary liaison. We have to take out primary and just put liaison parentheses S.
Yeah.
And then it works.
Okay.
So just so commissioners know, we did have a time when commissioners were showing to a, like an LESC meeting that they were not the liaison, but they were requesting reimbursement for it. And it's like, you're not listed as the liaison, but it wasn't outlined specifically in our rules either. So we put it in there, and we probably shouldn't have just put we put primary in there, but on some of these, it's helpful to have one, or it's helpful to have two. It's always helpful to have one, but sometimes two. So I think that would cover it. And yeah, okay. Because there's at least one other committee that there should be a designated alternate to. PSCOC is supposed to have, because they're very clear on who is a member, and there has to be only a designated alternate would be able to show to PSCOC. You couldn't just, Commissioner Ingham couldn't just call anyone and say, I can't make this meeting. Can you fill in for me? They get an official notice of who the chair has. Actually, there's a document that the chair has to sign, but it's only happening because there's been the change in the liaison. I don't think NIPSIA does that, do they?
I've never heard of that.
No.
But NIPSIA reimburses me on behalf of NIPSIA.
Right. And PSCOC used to do that. And back before my time, somehow the commission said, oh no, we're going to do the reimbursement. And we did talk at one time and say, why? Because honestly, the reimbursement would be quicker. You'll attest to that, because NIPSIA reimburses almost immediately. And PSCOC would probably do the same. He needs I would double check with them and make sure that has not, but I think when I was searching for some other information about a school, I think I still saw that on the website, that there's a spot for a designee, and that would be the alternate. Right. And it has to come actually from the chair. There's a document, and actually I would double check, because I think there's a document, because technically it's the chair of the commission who's given the seat, and the chair has to designate because I had to sign that David was, and then I was his alternate. Thank God I never had to go. So I think there's an official document that you have to sign for them, designating Commissioner Ingham in your place, and then the alternate.
That's it.
Any discussion or questions from the commission? I think we could. Yep.
I'm going to make a motion. And I'm really happy to make this motion, because this has been a long time coming. And Miss Gibson,
I'm sorry,
who's not paying attention to a word I'm saying.
I'm so sorry, Commissioner Creo.
Because Miss Gibson, no, I was making the motion. And this has been, I was going to say, I'm happy to make it because it's been a long time coming. We started working on this so long ago as a commission. It's just nice that we're at this point now, working out all the kinks and details, and also from where we started. I mean, it's really, I think, quite an accomplishment to this commission.
And I never want to see it again.
Never want to see it again. And you and I went round and round on some of these in the really early days. So those the good old days. All right. So I make a motion to approve the PEC rules and rules of procedure. Is that sufficient, Julia? Just basic.
There's an attachment is my only concern, and there are documents 11A and B.
Including including the documents in 11A and B on said agenda item.
Commissioner Beck seconds the motion.
All right, we're open for debate on the motion. Any debate? Any questions?
Just a comment before we vote. In case there are administrators looking on, this helps you. I know you might think that this was like an empty exercise that we spend umpteen number of hours on, but I would say that it gives everyone working with schools so much clarity as to how we're going to operate and what you can expect. This is a very good thing.
Thank you. Commissioner Beck?
I just feel a little bit of guilt that I wasn't here along for the ride, because it was a tremendous amount of work that you guys did. Here we sit as the new commissioners going, yeah, good. So great work, everybody. And to those like Commissioner Robbins and those that did that as well. So.
Vice Chair Berg?
Thanks. I think one of the things that I was just, sorry. Yeah, this might. Well, I don't think I spoke on this yet. So, so one of the things that I've wondered is, and I would say most of the subcommittees that we're on, aren't an enormous amount of time during a day to do. But sometimes I've had to take a day off of work to do it, to do like a full day thing, and so even if it's like a PEC subcommittee, I would propose that we put in there that if it's over 4 hours online, or if it's in person, if the subcommittee meeting is in person, that we also the per diem or the reimbursement applies to those meetings as well. Because we just did a full day retreat for our subcommittee to try to get the draft finished, and I took a day off work, which is fine, but I spent 8 hours doing it and didn't get any reimbursement because it's a subcommittee. And I think it could be something that could be added. I don't think maybe we should, but I do think I think it could be helpful for not the short ones. Like I know, like executive committee, we meet every Friday for an hour and a half. Like not those. It's like ones where you're taking a substantial amount of your time. And I'm pretty sure the meetings is now, if your virtual meeting is 4 hours or more, that you get the $45. So I feel like if we fall consistent with that with our subcommittee meetings, that we should have that clear that that's also applies to those as well. I don't think it's going to be often that it comes about, but if it does, it should be in here included as well.
Can I just add? I mean, I'm in full agreement with that because number one, and I think you should put in because it was the full day. I mean, I put in because I had travel reimbursement. So for that, because I had to come up the night before or I came up the morning and then stayed over that night because we were so late. So I think that's more than fair and reasonable when you're asking someone to give up half a day on something that, that there's a minimal amount of, because it is a minimal compensation. So that's, for time and effort, it's never going to equal, but I think that's more than fair. And I don't think there'll be any concern for, reimbursement through DFA with that, because there's, the only thing that I'm going to say is they may ask for like a short, like either a documentation of who attended, and just a little summary, or an agenda, so that there can be that documentation for it, because that's usually what they ask for.
That sounds like a Sharon job to me.
So that's exactly.
I love that you can just point over. Yeah, right. No.
Does that affect the motion at all in terms of having to put in new language, or?
I think we might have to put new language into, we're amending the rules already. I mean, I'll
Is it?
ask
the-
Julia, but I think it would be safest to document that in the rules of procedure so that if there was a question by DFA, you say, well, it's in our rules that this is what we do.
So then I would amend my own motion to include the change suggested by Vice Chair Burt relative to subcommittee meetings. Second?
Commissioner Beck seconds.
Yeah, I hear you, Karina. Director Chavez just asked that maybe we should clarify this with procurement before we do make a decision on this. I tend to agree on that. If that's something that we can adopt today, and if we need, we can amend these at any moment. We have that within these rules of procedure. Yeah, go ahead.
We should adopt now.
So I would say we should adopt it. And if we need to come back, then we'll come back. But I don't want to do it where we have to come back if we don't have to. If we don't have to come back, I'd rather not come back.
I move we don't wait.
Yeah. Let's do it and then apologize later.
Page 11. 10 and 11. No. Wait, what? Look on between pages 10 and 11. I think
So Julia put it under, it's underneath per diem and mileage. So section number 7. And then top of page 11.
I haven't changed it.
And it's number 3, number 4, Commissioner Gibson. Yeah. Commissioner Ingham.
Yes, I just wanted a clarification. So the PSCOC also includes a subcommittee, the maintenance and administration and standards committee, of which I'm going to be on also. Does that include that? Because that does usually require me to come to Santa Fe, and it also requires most of the time a half a day. We did do one Zoom meeting, special meeting earlier this week, but the ones that are standard meetings would require.
That's part of your liaison role.
And that if I think that probably comes from PSCOC in terms of the reimbursement, right? Or does that come from us?
NIPSIA gets reimbursed directly.
Okay.
PSCOC used to. Somehow the commission,
it should be
before my time, requested that it come out of the 2%. I don't know why. And I would suggest that the commissioner ask if there was any way that, because I'm sure PSCOC pays the other reimbursements to the other folks that serve. I would imagine that. So
how about if I contact Mr. Robbins and find out if he has any understanding?
He might, but he probably doesn't, because I don't think it interested him as much to pursue it. But I think it's beneficial for the commissioner because, like I said, I think they'll reimburse significantly quicker and you'll have to go through less. What do you have to do to get, you don't have to do what we have to do here.
So far, all I've had to do was, I can have, the other Martika send an email that says I attended and also they've accepted the minutes from the meeting as evidence. So far I've been reimbursed in the past already.
Oh, what does he know that?
Yeah, really.
Because I'm still waiting for
not reimbursed. I mean, I've been allowed to put in my reimbursement.
But you would actually have the funds in your bank if it was PSCOC directly reimbursing you.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm just saying. But but it's your liaison role. So you get reimbursed for that. That's not good.
Okay.
Even though it's a subcommittee, it's not the subcommittee we're talking about.
Right. That's why we have clarification that subcommittee would also be accepted.
Yeah.
So I was talking specifically
negotiations. That's technically a subcommittee.
That's true.
So I think there's less concern.
That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I was talking specifically about like the internal PEC ones that we designate and then the chair lists out. Those are the ones that traditionally, from my experience, the last 2 years, I have not applied for a single reimbursement of any subcommittee meeting. That's why I said, I spent the whole day and I just assumed I wasn't going to get anything for it. but I will submit for it. But yeah, that's right. Because actually the contract negotiations are a subcommittee and we do get reimbursed. So it doesn't seem like it should be an issue. But I do think I don't think every time we spend an hour doing budget on Zoom, we should do it. But like there are some circumstances where we're spending a lot of time. And like I said, my assumption was like, I think the default was that we don't get reimbursed for subcommittee meetings. So just to have it clarified that if they're substantial enough, they should be.
I'm just gonna, it may actually change some mindset in terms of, do we do 2 short or 1 long? You know, and if the 1 long is going to be reimbursed, then it kind of assuages the having to meet, you know, so that may make a little more sense.
Great. So I'm gonna, because we're in the debate of a motion, and we kind of veered off of that a little bit. So I want us to, so we did make the amendment to section 7 per diem and mileage under part A. And it now reads, and this is relevant only to what we've been discussing at this moment. Commissioners shall be reimbursed as provided in the Per Diem and Mileage Act for related expenses incurred in the discharge of official duties, including attending noticed regular or special meetings and working group meetings of the commission. Subcommittee members shall be reimbursed for subcommittee meetings if the member attends a subcommittee meeting in person or attends a virtual meeting for 4 hours or longer in duration. So before we move on, I would like to restate the motion, or Commissioner Creel, can you restate the motion again for us?
Sure. I move that we adopt the rules and procedures in section 11 on our agenda today with the changes just spelled out and reiterated by Chair Brower.
Commissioner Beck seconds the motion.
Open for debate. I just have one question. Could you include the 2, like the actual, both attachments on 11?
So that was section 7A and 11. Yeah, and then in B, why am I looking at this and it's like different numbers?
I think it's 11A and 11B, Commissioner.
I have. So
it is.
In the rule, I have section 7 as per diem and mileage. Yeah.
Oh, section in there. Sorry, the actual documents within our Google Drive.
It's 11A.
11A and 11B, not the section.
Oh, got it. I see what you're saying. Got it. 11A, got it. As stated.
Seconds, whatever he did.
11A. Okay. Okay. I move that we pass the PEC rules of procedure, item 11 on the agenda, and A and B, and with the changes iterated by Chair Brower.
Commissioner Beck seconds the motion.
All right. You can just vote already.
Commissioner Ingham?
I thought 11B was the letter from the Attorney General concerning the rule and not concerning the procedures.
Yep.
So why are we including that in the procedures? Because it's 11B, we kind of, I think it's, but I don't think it pertains.
Yeah, that's there in reference to that. We did adopt that as part of our rules of procedure. So it's there as an amendment or an addendum or an attachment to that. That's right. Yeah. Does that make sense, Commissioner? So it's like it's like the appendices of like something that we adopted. Yeah, that's the next item that's right. Yeah. Commissioner, if you look at if you look at page 1 of Okay. Great. Are we ready to take a roll call vote? Secretary Armijo?
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
Chair Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Armijo votes yes, Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes.
Commissioner Kasha.
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
and Commissioner Manus.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Great, thank you. Item number 12, discussion and possible action on PSC. I keep on saying PSC today. PEC rule adoption. Julie, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Commissioners, I think that you made a decision to do a subcommittee yesterday, so we're moving forward on that. The conversation that you identified was that, are there any other actions you can take to kind of resolve the pending issues with rulemaking? I've tried to identify things that I think you can do in addition to moving forward to finish the rule as is going to happen. The things that I think you can do are to identify the people affected by and the estimated costs due to the delays, special meetings, second times coming forward, redoing contract negotiations. You can discuss the issues with the renewing schools and the schools who contracted last year to make sure they understand that there's a potential timing issue with finalizing those documents. You can discuss the issues with the attorneys, in addition to Patty Matthews representing the state charter schools. There was a former charter school attorney who provided public comment. I think that you can reach out to him as well. That's a group of about 6 or 7 additional interested attorneys. And finally, I think that there are a series of other people that you could discuss it with, including the governor's office, which was raised yesterday, the interim secretary of PED, the attorney general's office, and Senator O'Neill. I'm open to other things that you might want to do to continue to move towards a resolution. We can also put in here, although the executive committee is doing it, to continue to work with PED and CSD to find a resolution to that, this potential impasse, both timing and process. We can add that here. I'm just trying to put anything. I think at this point, the executive committee would like to take action that the PEC requests rather than taking action that hasn't been expressly discussed.
I just want to share that the subcommittee on the rule and contract is Commissioner Gibson, Commissioner Beck, Commissioner Brower, and Vice Chair Burt.
You want me to put that in the motion?
No, I think that I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware that that was yeah, I can rephrase that in one of the later items as well. Any discussion from the commission?
What? I feel like I'm not the only one who, what? So what is it? Okay, so item 12, discussion and possible action on PEC rural adoption. So I heard a lot, but I don't, maybe I'm just, after lunch and stuff, I get a little dense, but I thought we were going to adopt something. I know we're having a subcommittee, but I thought that what we were going to do today also was basically say, yes, we can do this and we're going to. Based on.
Thank you. Commissioner Burton.
Yeah, so we're stuck. That's the problem.
For what?
We're stuck. We as a commission We can vote all we want to say, yes, we want to do it, but the PED is withholding the administrative support we need to do it. So that's what this is addressing, is like, what can we do without that to try to get that and be able to move forward on the vote that we've taken. It's like, what else can we do? And these are the steps that we're going to try all these, directing the executive committee to be able to have the authority to take these steps to try to still move forward.
Right.
So that's what those steps that were listed out.
I'm looking at the motions too right now. Okay.
Okay.
And I just want to share, we don't have to take all 5 of these steps, but we want to ensure that this is a PEC decision and not a executive committee decision.
Do we need a motion on that?
I think it's worth us discussing a little bit more and hearing from the PEC before we make any motion. But I would love to hear which of these actions we feel we would like to take as a commission.
So if it's okay, I'm going to make a motion that's listed here under motions. No, can't? Because part of the motions are discuss.
He was just saying, wait to make a motion.
To discuss.
To discuss.
Yeah, but
so don't make a motion yet.
All of this is there's no one, the reason I was going to say that is, it's not like.
Well, if someone wants to ask Director Chavez something, someone wants to ask Julia something, just let it be a discussion first.
Julia, could you go over the 5 steps again, just real quickly?
I can. I'm just going to reiterate that I heard from the discussion yesterday that you would like some options, including potentially having additional people to speak to. So I've just identified those.
Top of the meeting materials.
So the first one.
So we've got, and then.
The first one would be to continue to meet with PED and CSD staff on a process to complete the manner acceptable to the PEC. Identify the people affected by an estimated cost due to delay so that we're clear what the issue is for us and those schools that are impacted with it. The groups that I think the executive committee could move forward to continue discussions with are the renewing schools and those who renewed last year, who are all looking to do new contracts and performance frameworks on the possibility of the timeline and possibility of delay. There are additional attorneys that are involved with charter schools to reach out to them as well. And then there's one former charter school attorney who provided public comment on the rule previously. He can be included in that group. And finally, I think the issue could be discussed with the governor's office, the interim secretary of PED, the attorney general's office themselves, and Senator O'Neill. I'm open to more things if you want to do them. I think that the executive committee just didn't want to take action without knowing what all of you all wanted them to do.
I just wanted to be clear on, I understand those actions, but the actions that we're trying to take that the department is not funding. The first thing is a purchase order for $1,000 for the initial input of the rule, right? And is there an opportunity for alternative funding for that $1,000? Like, I'm willing to kick in my $100.
It's funny, as I did have conversation, I'm like, how much is this? I'm just going to pay for it. But it actually seemed like there's a voucher system that has to come from a state agency. It can't even be.
I'm not positive about that.
But yeah. Okay. So maybe we will start up a GoFundMe.
I wanted to clarify one thing, if you don't mind, which is, well, first, there is an email already uploaded, which indicates the PED's position themselves so that we're not articulating it. I believe what they're saying expressly is that they're willing to provide those things once they have done the rule through their process and their vetting and their approval and their timing. So they are not willing to do it now.
We couldn't do the secondary action. They're going to determine what the secondary action is. My only concern was, could we shorten the time frame by finding alternative funding for that submission so that that portion would be completed, and then the next thing is the next thing, and obviously we can't address that, but it would seem to me that if we found alternative funding to get the thing started, it might help move the thing along a little more timely.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Ingham. That is something that we have also explored as well, trying to think about other means. It's unlikely, it's unlikely. Any other discussion before we potentially hear a motion?
Well, so can I just, my only concern with the motion, I think, is what Commissioner Carrillo had expressed, that it's just a lot of discuss. So, I think the executive committee has, I don't know whether we have to do all five,
Yeah.
I don't see the purpose of the discusses. That's my only opinion on it. I agree with the premise that's there, that we need to continue to pursue this. Absolutely. But I think the motion is simple with just, we continue to pursue the rulemaking process, plain and simple. And the steps that need to be taken are the steps that need to be taken.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. I want to share that I'm the one who wanted this to be coming to the PEC, because I think it's important for us to do this together as a commission. And when we start talking about going to the governor's office, going to the attorney general's office, that does not feel like a unilateral decision. And I just want to make sure that we have some level of consensus of this is something that we want to explore, these other kind of like larger scale moments to advocate for what we need in terms of rule.
I appreciate that thought, but that just says discuss. It doesn't say go to the governor's office. So that if you did go to the governor's office, that would require us voting that yes, you do. So that's where I appreciate the, you're wanting to be transparent and so on. But this discussion isn't any action.
That's not the intention.
Yeah.
Our intent is to plan to,
yeah.
I'm just kidding. So it would just be really kind of the agenda, the item here, just 1, 2, and 6. Is that what you're saying, Ms. Gibson?
No, that you just need to be in action.
No, but on the motion. I don't plan on making it because I seem to screw them up.
I would just think it would be to continue to work to continue to resolve the issues with the rulemaking effort, period. And then all the discussion takes place because, like I said, anything that the executive committee could not take action without, when we did go to the governor's office prior, it was the commission who voted to send the letter to the governor on that. So that was on the record. And there was that agreement that the executive committee can't take any real action unless the commission has directed them to do that. So you can go discuss all you want.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, so my understanding of this is the full commission is giving the 3 people on the executive committee the ability to work through these issues. So we don't have 10 of us dealing with it. We got precise 3 and we approve that we're allowing them to really, take control of working through this challenge. Correct? That's really what we're doing on this motion. So, so everything doesn't have to be done by all 10 of us. These actionable points are going to be done by the executive committee, making it simpler.
Commissioner
So
Creel.
I see Julia typing a whole bunch of stuff there. It would seem to me that the motion is simply the very first paragraph and then paren 1. Is that what you're saying?
Can I?
Commissioner Burke.
So I would say the reason why I do think it would be helpful. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to be, it shouldn't have, I guess we shouldn't have to do this, but last year when I was speaking, it was portrayed that it was not the will of the schools. It's not the will of that it's an attorney thing or it's this thing and so I think having it very clear that the commission wants this, it is 10 people. It is not one person. It's not just a couple people. It's the entire commission. And that way we can, when the EC goes and meets with people, we can speak on behalf of the entire commission, not on an individual opinion. And so I think having that basis behind and being like, I know this seems like a lot, but there's been contentiousness with it. And so trying to eliminate that as like, this isn't a idea that's just the whim of one person or 2 people or whatever.
Commissioner Beck.
Yeah, but I see what you're saying. I think you're right, is that the first paragraph of number 1 are the overreaching parts, and almost 2 through 6 are subsets of different ways of achieving number 1. I kind of see that as that.
So I just saw Julia typing and shaking her head.
So where I think the executive committee and I feel stuck is we're at one level. We're meeting with PEC attorneys, we're meeting with CSD, we're meeting with the charter school, one charter school lawyer so far, and that the continuation at that level of effort potentially is not going to break through this impasse. 2 through 6 actually do much more. Go and say to others outside of the normal realm, this is still an issue. We thought it was resolved by the letter by the Attorney General, and that is not an agreed position by all people. So, and so I think that they are seeking permission to go say, Governor's office, we would like to meet with you at the request of 10 Public Education Commission members, because it changes the level. As Commissioner Ingham said, how do you move up? What ladder is there to move up? And these are it's both up and out. Because in that email, for example, it said the PED attorneys doubt whether the charter schools are behind this. Well, that is given more gravitas by Patty Matthews saying she represents 20 schools. So I just want to emphasize the need for, and we've tried at our level, and I don't mind continuing trying.
Yeah, and we do want to continue to try, and we want to collaborate with the PED through this process. That's the nature of our of the agency that we are administratively connected to. So we have to. Director Chavez and then Commissioner Gibson.
Thank you, Chair Brower. So I really appreciate the transparency about what the PEC is planning to do. I don't know. So I have a clarifying question, and I also just want to express gratitude for your sentiment of wanting to collaborate. So want to say that. Thank you for wanting to collaborate. And then this is a clarifying question for commissioners. Bert and maybe Ms. Barnes, is at some point I heard that somebody had already gone to the governor's office and was talking. Maybe it was Matt Paul after talking with you. I don't know, but can somebody clarify for me if someone has already in fact gone to the governor's office, if there's who has been contacted about this besides Senator O'Neill's and the AG's office?
Yeah, no commissioner has gone to the governor's office.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Creel.
So then I've seen a lot of changes made to the agenda item 12's motion. So is because all the meat discussed has changed to meat, more forceful, more direct. So is that now the motion?
I still have a question on one of the items.
I was curious about that. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry.
Commissioner Gibson, I apologize. I skipped you.
Yeah, so I have a question with number 3, with the talking about the rulemaking and the possibility of delay. I don't know whether I think there needs to be clarity as to what that delay for the commissioners, what that delay might be. Are we talking about asking schools to, because we did this one other time when we were in the process of changing the performance framework, we asked schools to sign a continuance, and the contract just continued. Even though we had renewed them, it just, they just signed on for that year. They had to voluntarily do it. But is that what could possibly be anticipated here?
Yes. Here's what I think, which is, and I'll just keep saying this. Right now, you are still on a path to keep your process in place and finish it in place, which means negotiating in April and having contracts prepared, which would be the contract, the performance framework, and a published rule. Soon after those meetings, you have you're not going to take action the next day. You have a meeting the next day, but you'll take action. The schools will take action. If, and the way that can still happen now is these conversations with the subcommittee and interested people are going to happen in March. You guys are going to finish the performance framework. That will finish all 3 documents at your March meeting. You have to issue a notice of intent to do rulemaking. You could issue that in March, and then that 30 days would take place for your April meeting. Because you have to have a hearing, you have to give 30 days notice of a hearing. So we have a timing problem. And there still is sufficient time to finish what we're doing, post it, hear it at a hearing in April, and keep going on that path. The concern is we have not heard, there's both a process and a timing issue, but on the timing issue with the PED, we received no indication, even if you agreed to their process, as to when their due diligence would be finished, when they could fit us into the queue, that there's a really long queue, that there's a whole lot of rules that people want to do. And I'm going to say that Chair Brower asked several times in that meeting and did not receive any commitment, even if you agreed to their process.
Right.
And then it's raised in almost every meeting. Why don't we just punt it again? Because we will then have 17 contracts that are basically cobbled together in a funky and unusual way that I'm going to go back to some of the things you said today. At some point, you've got to take a stand and say, this should be done the right way. And I believe that you all have worked for the last year, including CSD, to finish this project.
So just one follow-up on that. There's also the possibility of a delay because from the school side, their legal counsel may make advisement that, well, without the rule, then we shouldn't sign the contract.
I saw other hands up. I'm just going to finish that. We put the schools in a really big bind because they need a contract July 1 or they don't open.
I know.
And so I think the situation becomes more and more urgent because they are asking for and want the rule. And they suffer the most when a contract isn't entered into.
Right.
And then the law says that it goes to the secretary. I don't, it's not an impasse because we're not in an impasse with them, but if they can't get it in the way that they want it, then it goes to the secretary. And what does that even look like?
Right.
So they are at risk. So that's another reason for the delay being really difficult.
Thanks.
Director Chavez, then Creo, okay, then Commissioner Creo and then Commissioner Ingham.
So this is in response to Ms. Barnes' statements. I just want to say that this has not been on my list of to-dos. I know that it is something that was raised a while back, and I went to one meeting where again, I asked to be invited with the attorneys and with Mr. Paul, where I heard one of them, if not both, say that the language could either be in the contract or the rule. My understanding of this rule and whether it should exist or not has shifted. It shifted when I heard the secretary say, yes, we support it. It shifted yesterday when I visited with Interim Secretary Padilla and I checked with her and she said, yes, let's work with the commission to make it happen. For me, I have a different position. And I want to work to bring the two entities together to have a co-informed process and content. I do not think that up till now, there has been an attempt to get a draft that has been informed by both entities. So if I were a school, I would not want to see this rushed through until it was more fully vetted. And I like the idea of continuing to engage with those that are being affected by it. And I don't know what their attorneys are advising them, but in my mind, it could be that there is a contract in place with a rule that is more fully thought through. That said, I want this to be over with. So I have sent a text message to both Ms. Barnes and Mr. Brower about when are you available next week? I've sent a similar email out to the attorneys. When are you available next week? I have the names of Gibson, Burt, Brower. I think I'm skipping someone.
Beck.
Okay.
Beck.
To meet next week because I think that we should move forward with this. So I just wanted the commissioners to hear my perspective.
Commissioner Carrillo, then Ingham.
My thought is in terms of possibility of delay, because the school's attorneys have been involved, I don't really see the possibility of delay because wouldn't their attorneys be advising them that we've all been working on this is in their best interest?
If the rule doesn't
If
happen,
it goes through, yeah, but right now it's not
there's a
going through.
delay. That's the possibility of a delay. If a rule doesn't happen, then the contract process gets delayed. As Julia pointed out, there's a very tight timeline. And I think the attorney that was present yesterday made it more than clear that they did not want to recommend to their schools that the contract be signed without the rule in place because it's their opinion and the opinion to the schools that the rule has to be in place and then the contract goes forward. So the delay could be that I can't say what they would, I can't imagine that an attorney's going to recommend on June 30th, they don't sign the contract, but they could. And then as Julia pointed out, they could then go to the cabinet secretary with that. It's never happened before, but that is part of the process. But it's not an impasse. It's usually they go to the cabinet secretary if there's an impasse in our contract negotiations. There isn't. So
then wouldn't then one would think that this would compel all of the parties that were asking to get involved in a timely fashion to be involved in a timely fashion because what's at stake here. Love the hand gestures, Becca. Love it.
Commissioner Ingham and then Vice Chair Burt.
So if I'm understanding correctly, can you continue with the contract negotiations And I'm just used to in construction projects, when you get to a critical path place and you can see that there's a strong likelihood of not making this deadline. I'm just saying there's a strong likelihood of not making this deadline. What is plan B? Okay, so I hear a lot of, Director Chavez said to include all this in their contracts, or to do what is it? Continue their contracts just like we did with the 7 schools, if I'm correct, right? That the 7 schools that have already extended theirs on their old contract, is that an option for the other 10 schools? I'm just asking, what is plan B? Because when I've seen this situation in business, I'm just going to say it almost never works out. When you got this tight a schedule, it almost never works out because we're dealing with bureaucracies. Thank you.
I think we had a plan A and now we're on plan B. Because we attempted to start the rulemaking process. Now we attempted to start to give notice to the public, and we were told that we could not finish because of the access that we do not have. Plan B puts it off another month, puts off the rulemaking another month. Plan C, I think a plan C is pretty difficult. And so I think a lot of us, I'm using the I phrase only because I'm trying to speak for myself. I think it's time to up this urgency. So plan C to me is to start to go talk to all these other people and say, the subcommittee is meeting, the subcommittee is finishing its work on all 3 documents. We are doing our work. This process impasse needs to be resolved. So that to me is plan C. I know you're looking for what happens if none of that works, and I don't know. And I think at some point we say this has to be finished. The New Mexico rules have thousands of pages of rules. It's not that hard. We can get to the end of it. I do want to indicate though, and I just want to be clear, that the subcommittee is going to meet and invite people. So to the extent that Director Chavez wants a meeting with the lawyers, that's not the subcommittee meeting. The subcommittee is going to meet, and I've got some dates proposed, and we'll do Zoom meetings, and those people can be invited and can attend, but we're not going to flip it to the PED schedule.
But I still didn't hear what happens when, because the time scale is so short and everything has to work in just real clear sequence of events. If it gets pushed a month, which it seems almost inevitable to me, unless you guys make miraculous progress, then what is do the schools? What is the consequence for having to renew their contracts, or is there a consequence for having to renew their contracts as existing until this is resolved? I imagine there's a consequence. I imagine it is a whole lot of extra work that everybody has to go through this whole motion. That's why I asked the question about contract negotiations. Can they continue the contract negotiations? Put a caveat in that contract negotiation that says, if we can't get this rule by when we need it, so they can renew their contracts on July 1st, is there a caveat we can put in each one of those contracts? This reverts back 2 years until we can get this resolved. So it allows you to continue with the contract negotiations. That's what my concern is that those contract negotiations, if they're impacted, that could really push into a real disastrous situation. Seems to me like what APS has just done, that I just feel like you always have to have what is in the worst case scenario, basically, I guess that's what I'm asking. And do we have an option, any options there?
You have 10 schools that already did that last year. You will then have 17 schools that have already done it. You've got, I mean, and in the last year, we've made no progress. So at some point you would have 56 schools on terrible contracts. And I'm just going to make one more point. Like, we're not following the existing contract. We are not following the existing contract. So you have contracts and an attorney general's opinion that says that you have to do this. And at some point it's a crisis. For me, 17 schools would be enough of a crisis.
Commissioner or Vice Chair Burt.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that's what my mind keeps going to that too. Like, you know, doing contract negotiations even in April instead of March, we already pushed it back, which is concerning because it already puts like a clear process into like a weary timeline. But I think one of the things that I think has been like mentioned that I just don't understand how it could even possibly happen is to like just do contract negotiations without the rule being done yet. That's definitely for me putting the cart before the horse, because if I'm a school, I'm not agreeing to anything where there's not like, I'm not going to sign a contract saying, yeah, I'll agree to a future rule and not knowing that that's like absolute. That's not going to happen. It's just not. That is not real for anybody, right? Like, I'm not even a lawyer, and I wouldn't like that's
Sign the blank check.
Yeah, exactly. So I think that's an impractical, like even consideration to make of, okay, we'll just go through all of it and just put like this rule will have all these things and then, but not have the rule done yet. So I think we have to do rule first, get that clear, get the contract. That way they know what they're signing. No one's going to sign something they don't know what is there. So I think that's why we're like really pushing to have like the rule resolution cleared out, which for me could be very simple. And honestly, like I was thinking, you know, okay, what is plan B? But actually we're already on, Commissioner Gibson started plan A in 2021. I did plan B in 2022. Plan C was at the end of 2022 where we started again. I think plan D was trying to get it done with the AGs. I think we're on like plan E. Like we have gone from plan to plan to plan to try to figure out a way that PED would be agreeable to any of the plans. And we are in the same spot with them on plan D that we just tried with the AG's letter as Commissioner Gibson was in plan A. So that's where the difference that has to come is for PED to not stop us anymore. Like they just need to be supportive of us doing it and not make a big deal about us moving through this process. I mean, we were so close to just having it done this way before. Like there was no issue at all. It's just such a weird position to be in. And I did work with PED policy with the attorneys to try to figure out a way in which we would, and actually the PEC, we talked about, okay, have PED promulgate it, but we need to be a part of it. They can't just do it for us. We need to do it collaboratively. And so literally, this is how simple it was that we asked for the collaboration. That at the end of it, that the chair of the PEC would sign off with the secretary. That's the only ask we made. Do the whole PED process, but the PEC chair needs to sign off with the secretary. No, they wouldn't even do that. So I mean, like for it to be that we need to collaborate more, I just don't know what else we can do. Like we're at a place where like, I don't know what else we can do. That was like the simplest ask. And we've been meeting for a long time. This is not a new thing. And we did, I I'm actually extremely grateful because there were conversations that were had in that time that it was like an attorney driven thing and the schools didn't matter or didn't have anything to do with this. So that's why Matt Paul started coming to all the meetings with me and with Julia to be like, have the charter school perspective of like, no, the schools also want this. So that's why there's been like additional advocacy outside the PEC, because it was like incorrectly put on that it's like, I don't know, it just doesn't make sense. So I think that we can't just keep saying, at the end of the day, the burden that we're putting is on the schools because they're going to be unhappy with continuing their current contract or doing like we did last year, which is continue your current contract and do this amendment to your contract to get you through another year, or just keep on your old contract for the whole term. I mean, it's just it's like unprofessional of us to keep doing that to schools. It's such a bad look on us to keep doing that same thing. So that's why I'm just really adamant about trying to get this right, trying to get it done properly to where we have a good process moving forward. And I think there's a way in which it can get done without burdening the schools. Like, I think we're basically putting the burden on the schools. And honestly, if the PED doesn't want to deal with it now and they just keep delaying it or kind of hindering us from moving forward, they're going to be the ones that end up with a bunch of extra work later on when the schools go to them. So it just doesn't make sense to just do the work with us now, get it done right up ahead instead of waiting until the schools are unhappy, they go to them, and now they have a bunch of extra work going through all this process at that time. It's really frustrating because I feel like there's like this perception that the PEC is not cooperating or is trying to overstep. And this is just one place where we're just not. Like, it's not like that. There's nothing trying to go that route. And I think what I've heard in the meetings is that the PED believes it is the only entity that can promulgate rule on any education matter. But I don't know where, I mean, it just is a frustrating opinion for them to have, because it's like this weird power that is being tried to be held, but it's not like a power thing. Like, it's a weird thing because it's not even like a power thing. It's actually, honestly, it's hindering us. It's making our jobs more difficult to put it in rule. Like, this is harder, and then it's harder for the PEC to just change things. Whereas if we didn't have it in rule, we could just change things when we want. We're actually making our jobs harder in the future to change things. This is not the easy way for us to go about helping schools. And so, I don't know. I feel like we need to have the ability to move up and talk to other people. And once again, I think it's just better for the EC to be able to go speak to people on behalf of the commission and say, like, the commission needs to move forward on this. Can we please like get some additional support because I do think it's just like someone at the end of the day who's higher up needs to be like, okay, like, it literally PED can just be like, okay, here's the PO. Here's the Sunshine Portal. And all this would be over. Like, it would just be done. It's that simple. So I think that's where I'm at the end of the day. I think that there's someone somewhere else who could apply that pressure because the collaboration is not happening between us and them. So I think it's going to have to come from higher up.
And I think we've made it very clear that the rule intention has never been to make a rule or touch anything that PED overseas in terms of education, that we're really, this is just focusing on our statutory authority with charter schools. And we're not going to promulgate a rule that says, no, you only have to have 800 hours of, instruction and things like that. So we've made it clear that our intention here is not to be some kind of parallel education department that's going to be, doing rulemaking on areas that we know it's clearly outlined what we have the authority to do, and we don't have the authority to do all of the rest. So, we have I know we've certainly made that clear. So I think we just need to move on. Do we have the motion made?
Commissioner Carrillo?
So I think every Friday needs to be a field day. Just have that having been said for the PED staff as well. Okay, field day. Okay, I have a couple of notes here. The first is in response to what Commissioner Ingham said about getting things done, timeline being crunched. And I wrote, only in government would 4 months be have to be in a hurry. Okay, only in government. Then I wrote down here, do it right, do it once, do it now. So in that, I'm making a motion. All right.
Before you make that motion, I would like to give Director Chavez a chance.
So tired of hearing. No, I'm just kidding.
Okay, so thank you, Chair Brower. So Commissioner Ingham, your question was, what if the rule wasn't in place? The PEC has been authorizing charter schools since approximately 2007. And over time, things have evolved. And in fact, contracts weren't even required at one point. Then they were. And for all this time, you've had contracts and no rule. The urgency around this rule is because the draft that Ms. Barnes created references the rule that is yet to be created. So of course, if I were a charter leader, I wouldn't sign something for something that referencing something that doesn't exist. The other thing I would say is all commissioners should probably go to statute 2221, which talks about the secretary and the powers of the secretary, which clearly specify that is the secretary that has the authority to promulgate rule and enforce all rules, to exercise its authority and the authority of the secretary. It doesn't say that about the commission, but again, the PED wants to collaborate with you. We want to put forth a rule, and I think you should give it the due diligence that it deserves so that everybody's okay with what's in it. Meanwhile, we could have schools on a temporary contract that has the language you want to include in it without referencing a rule that doesn't exist.
Commissioner Creel?
That having been said, and we also have that letter from the AG. So item 12, PEC adoption of rule. I move that the Executive Committee of the Public Education Commission take the following action to continue to resolve process issues with the rulemaking effort. 1, continue to meet with PED and CSD staff to resolve a process impasse to complete the rule in a manner acceptable to the PEC. 2, identify and quantify the people affected by and estimated cost due to a delay in negotiations process. 3, meet with the renewing school and renewing schools from last year, which might impact the contracting process, and discuss the rulemaking timeline and possibility of delay. 4, meet with the attorneys representing state charter schools and the former charter school attorney who provided public comment on the previous rule and discuss the rulemaking issues. 5, meet with the governor's office, the interim secretary of the Public Education Department, and the Attorney General's office and Senator O'Neill to discuss the rulemaking issues. And finally, 6, explore any options to post the required notices to move forward along PEC timeline.
Second.
So there's a motion by Carrillo and a second by
Commissioner
the Honorable Commissioner Gibson.
Great. So now we're open to debate the motion. Seeing none, let's do a roll call vote, please. Secretary Amijo.
Thank you. Chair Brower,
Yes.
Secretary Amijo votes yes. Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Kloster-Shillage,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor.
Yes.
That passes 10-0.
Commissioner Ingham, Secretary Amiho.
Sorry, Commissioner Ingham.
Yes. There we
Thank
go.
you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to item number 13, report from the Charter Schools Division.
Okay, and I know this is everybody's favorite time, but I just want everybody to know that Carrillo is over here telling me I have 4 minutes, which is totally unfair. I have created a wonderful team. And so every time that there is a new staff member in the Charter Schools Division, I want to let them know who they are helping me work for, right? So folks, they probably don't after that, but nonetheless, I'm extremely proud of the team that I've created that has come to work for the Charter Schools Division that really cares about charter schools and us doing good work. So all the staff members that have not met the PEC, I invite you to come up, introduce yourself, say hello, tell the commissioners where you were before you came to this job and what you're doing now. And then after that, we will give an update on school site visits. And then I think I'm going to share some really awesome information with the commission about the schools performance. I think you guys will want to see this. I think you're going to love it. So we're going to start with Kyle.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Kyle Wood. I'm a data and financial analyst for Charter Schools Division. Today marks my 1 month anniversary with the agency, prior to which I was a teacher at a district charter in Albuquerque called La Academia de Esperanza, where I taught mathematics, economics, and a robotics elective.
Yay, Kyle. Yeah.
Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Jessica Juarez, and I am the new business operations specialist. Previously, before this position, I was with the Human Services Department within the Office of Fair Hearings, and there I was a management analyst. So I come with a little bit of legal background, and now I'm focusing on education. So I will be the individual who is processing your travel. So sooner rather than later, Marla will be transitioning those duties onto me. So nice to meet everyone.
Thank you. So Commissioner Gibson, I know this isn't supposed to be a conversation, but my understanding is that you aren't in direct communication with Marla. You're submitting something, it goes to Marla, and we have the ability to shift it so it goes to Jessica. Okay, when that happens. But right now, Jessica's working with Marla to do that transition and with Sharon. So Sharon is tracking, are there any pending reimbursements? And so I don't know if anybody has not submitted travel. I see some somewhat guilty faces. If you have not submitted your travel reimbursements, please get with it as soon as possible because we want to get you paid. And remember that we're still aiming for 2 days after you've traveled for us to get your DocuSign. All right, so wanted to give you all an update on school site visits, and then I'm going to turn it over to Kyle, who's going to share a really beautiful document that he created. I think you guys will be really happy. But just wanted to let you know that the school site visits have started off to a great start, and in accordance with the schedule that we have 11 to schedule. But we've completed visits to Aldo, Leopold, Raices del Saver, Thrive, ACES. We had a visit scheduled with Los Montañas, but they had a water main break. So we are going to have to reschedule and get to Las Cruces at another time. We are also, before the end of February, visiting PCA, Amy Bill, Monte del Sol, Albuquerque Bilingual, and the master's program. Also, Taos Academy, Rio Gaffa, McCurdy, Red River, and Roots and Wings will be visited during the first week of March. These visits have been wonderful. And again, it's a team that collaborates to look at the school in accordance with the site visit protocol and utilizing the current performance framework, not the draft, as our lens for looking at the school. Okay. Oh, I think I might not have kept a version of the document that Kyle is going to share. Let me just make sure that I have the latest in your folder, or that Missy Brown has it and can put it up. But while we're getting the document queued up, I'll let Kyle just give a little background on how he compiled the data for your information. And I want for all the commissioners to recognize that you heard Dr. Alvarez say that we are still finalizing the data. And I heard you all say, how long does it take government to get this done? It takes forever, it takes forever, it takes forever. And you don't want to wait. So we thought that it would be important for you to have access to draft information, even though it might not be 100% finalized. We wanted to provide you with information about the academic performance of schools. So
Missy Brown has nothing. What are you talking about?
okay, I'm going to send it to Missy Brown. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. I'm just waiting for the spreadsheet to get uploaded. Once I see it in there, I'm a hands-on learner. So if I have the spreadsheet open, I don't want to be presumptuous. Maybe you guys are all spreadsheet experts, but I'll walk through it anyway. Thanks for having me. They're coming in here too.
Kyle, I just emailed it to Missy.
Okay, great.
And it's the one that you sent 2:17 at 3:41 p.m.
Yeah, to offer some additional context to what Director Chavez was talking about, Dr. Alvarez in accountability, I had a chat with him yesterday, and according to him, the accountability team and the and executive leadership need some time to verify the proficiency and participation rates as they align to the accountability frameworks that they've been working on, to make sure that the data helps to tell a fair story for each and every school. We understand that the stakes are high and we're not operating in a vacuum. And then also on Wednesday, I believe that you talked about pilot programs. So for the new version of the academic performance framework, we've been working with a statistician, Dr. Jody Ernst, in charge of piloting whether the draft targets in this commission's new academic framework are rigorous and realistic. So has this file's been uploaded? Okay. Are you driving, Missy? Okay, so I guess we can just start with in January, Mr. Goodlaw went through a pretty hefty file. There were a lot of different domains. He talked through achievement, participation, progress and growth metrics, attendance, graduation rates, and expenditures. He spent a good deal of time talking about their modeling methodology, which can be complex. What this file is this highlights achievement data, in particular proficiency rates for 4 subjects: English language arts, early literacy, math, and science. And I think a couple hours ago, Commissioner Carrillo, you mentioned how clunky our website and our files can be. So what Director Chavez asked me to do is to help alleviate some of that pain with this file here. So any of these blue, these are all hyperlinks. If they're blue and they're underlined, they're hyperlinks. So you can click on any of those to dive deeper into ethnicity groups. We have our 5 most populous ethnicity groups, and then we have our 3 most populous subgroups there for each subject. A couple of notes. Do you want to just click on some of those, Missy? Or can you give me the driver capability? Okay, cool. Can you see my driving now? I have slide control. I can't move around. Maybe you can just do it for me. Okay, so I know the 4 minutes or the 3 minutes that you gave us is coming up. So what you see here, so there's 55 tabs at the bottom of this spreadsheet. For each tab, if you scroll to the upper left, you can go back to the table of contents by clicking on that hyperlink, just to make it easier to navigate. As you go into some of these groups or subgroups, go ahead and click on one for me, please, Missy. You will see what you see here is every PEC authorized charter ranked from top to bottom. There's a color scale to the right of the table, green being the top of the scale and red being the bottom of the scale, and various shades in between. We have a watermark in purple for the statewide average, so you can see which schools are above the line and which schools are below the line. Yes, sir. Yes, so to that point, I do want to mention, can you go back to the table of contents, please, Missy? There's some notes here with regard to masking data. A little bit more. Okay, so you'll see here, schools with a 95% proficiency rating or with 95% graduation rates may have true figures that are greater than or equal to 95%, which is a decision to mask student data due to population size. And then the same thing goes for proficiency rating and graduation rates equal to or less than 5% due to population size. That's right, to protect student privacy and security and all that. We did the same thing for enrollment data, for graduation rates, and for English learner progress. So yeah, we don't have to click on all these. You guys can check these out as you want. If there's anything specific that you would like to see with regard to like charts, like graduation rates over time for a specific school, I would be happy to put that together for you. Any specific requests?
So I think my report is not supposed to be a conversation. I don't know if Chair Brower is as strict about it as, or if it's in the rules and procedures. So I don't think it's a back and forth conversation, but can we take a look at ELA performance, all students?
Go ahead, Missy. It's if you scroll up a little bit, up on the right beneath ELA, there's all students ELA right there.
Okay, and this is where Commissioner Carrillo really cares about students being able to read. Okay, so this doesn't take into consideration any demographics, which is why we felt it was really important for you to also have all of the enrollment information. So by school, another tab shows you the percentage of students at the school that are low income and by their race, ethnicity, and other special ed status, et cetera. But this shows you, as Kyle said, a ranking of how schools did in terms of their ELA proficiency. Kyle, you could probably add more interesting information about that, or if maybe you want to showcase another one.
I just wanted to make an important distinction is that you don't see it on this tab here, but on some of these subgroups, you might see 0%. For example, go back to the table of contents, please, Missy, and check out ELP down, ELP met target, down. There we go. English learner progress, ELP met target. I believe this has some zeros in there. The distinction that I wanted to make, scroll down, is that if you see a 0, it means that 0% of their students met their target rate. So in the denominator, you'll have total number of English learners, and then in the numerator, you'll have the number of students who met target. If there's a school that is not listed in any of these tables, it's because there's no data for that particular category, subject, or subgroup for that school, due to not having that population, or just because there's no data that we have collected yet.
So I'm going to ask Chair Brower again, because there's questions about this, and I don't know that you want a discussion or for.
I just had a real quick one. Where's this going to be housed?
Okay, so right now you have it in the Google Drive, and you guys have been sensitive about what's in the Google Drive and what's not. And so if you want me to leave it there, you have access to it. It's in there now. But it's labeled as draft because, again, the data could change slightly. Mr. Alvarez tells us that it's not going to change a lot, but you guys don't want for bureaucracy to verify the data. And this is as close as we can get. It's not going to change that much, I don't think, but it could change slightly. So I don't know if you want it to be published. Maybe we put it in another place in the Google Drive. There is a CSD folder, so I'll move it to the CSD folder that you have access to, and we won't publish it with all of the meeting materials. All right.
And as data updates, I can update this as well.
Correct. It'll be moved to the CSD folder, which is part of the PEC Google Drive. All right.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Kyle. Thank you. Thank you to the Charter School Division Team 2 for sticking it out here with us.
Did you see the pivot table?
All right. So we're going to move on. Man, whose face is up there? It's always so hard when you look up there and you see yourself. Does anybody else ever feel that way? Probably not as much as I do. Commissioner Gibson, that was really close to making a joke about my shiny head. I just want to share. That was very close, very close. So item 14, reports from the PEC liaison. So what I'm going to do for right now, I'm just going to share like our updates on who's leading these different groups. And then as I do that, Commissioner Gibson, I have one update that I just got from Matt Paul in text that I wanted to share with you and make that public also with us. But what we'll do, we'll go through the list if that's okay. And if you're new, congratulations. And if you have some new information, that'll be great to share. If you used to be part of this liaison or committee and you have any information, we'd love to have you share as well. So the first one is the LESC and LFC liaison. That's good. That's going to be Commissioner Gibson, and I'll likely play second or third fiddle at some point with her. One thing I wanted to share, Commissioner Gibson, is that, and you probably know this already, Senate Bill 422 is being heard on Monday at 8:30. And it would be great for maybe we can sync up to see if one of us can be there, but I think it would be great for us to speak. Okay, yeah. It's in the Senate Education Committee at 8:30 on Monday.
Can we briefly say what that is, or would that be out of sync, Ms. Barnes, with OMA?
Where are we?
I can tell us what it is. Senate bill. That's we're in the reports
on
PEC.
Reports and liaisons and going and speaking about a bill.
Let's do the report from the chair.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could totally talk on our chair.
Yeah, or even any commissioner. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
422.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and that's a report. I mean, Commissioner, you have the floor to share any updates from the LESC and LFC as well, if you feel like that would be okay to share some of the, about some of the bills.
They're not meeting. They don't meet during the legislative session.
Got it. So that doesn't include, so that's too much of a slippery slope to talk about the legislative updates.
Yeah, because
within the-
I do not believe this is not even an LESC sponsored bill.
Got it.
So it wouldn't be appropriate at this moment in time to talk about it. It'll be spoken about in another piece of the. Yeah.
In the Public Charter School Division update?
Yeah.
I'm sure Wayne will do it. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Apologies. I'll be a little bit more precise when bringing things up. The New Mexico Indian Education Advisory Council, Secretary Mijo was the lead. Commissioner Klaus Shishillich is now the lead. Are there any updates from that commission at this stage, or from the advisory council?
Just because I don't think Commissioner Klaus Shishillich has had a chance to go to any meetings. I just want to share that they really haven't had a formal meeting probably since October, and then when they had their conference, but they have been meeting on a weekly basis. Let me get there, hold on. They have been meeting on a weekly basis to do with interim Secretary Padilla, and prior to that with Secretary Steinhaus. And I'm not able to make those because they're usually during our work sessions. So I don't know how Commissioner Klaus Shishillich will get the information, except for maybe reading the meeting minutes or reading transcripts from those TED calls with the interim secretary. And I don't know if she has anything else to add, or if she's had any interaction with anybody from that group.
Okay.
Commissioner.
I don't have anything to add, but who will inform them that I'm the rep from PEC to the Indian Education Committee?
Yeah, I did that through email a couple, maybe last week, I think. And Deputy Director Becca Reyes, sorry about that. She reached back out to us. Let me make sure you have that. But she did get back to us and said that, she'd be in contact with you.
All right.
And her name is Rebecca Reyes.
Okay. If you could forward me the information, that would be great, and then I can follow up.
Great. Thank you. The next liaison committee is the New Mexico Coalition of Educational Leaders. I think Commissioner Beck has taken that. I don't think there's any updates yet, but we'll work to see if we can get you signed up.
I hope to have
be part of that.
updates by July or August.
The New Mexico Public School Capital Outlay Council, Commissioner Ingham's going to be the point of contact, and great. And then I wanted to share Commissioner Gibson. I know that was one that you put down potentially to be part of too. Would you like to be the whatever we call the backup on that, or? Yeah, great. So we'll do that when the time is right for me to like make that official. I would like for you to be the person as well. So Commissioner Ingham, go ahead.
Yeah, we had a kind of a emergency meeting, not really emergency, but I had a meeting on Tuesday this week, enabling PSFA to engage with the Office of Broadband so that we just enabled that process to continue, and it's going very well. And they have actually purchased equipment, and I think there will be some effect on charter schools because they're going to put a whole backbone throughout the state. And but it is a major big project. I think it's $1.8 billion or something like that. In the end, it's a huge project. So in any case, I could be wrong on that amount, but it is a very large project that they're working on in several phases. So that's what's happening.
Great. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Manus, New Mexico Public School Insurance Authority.
I don't have anything to report this month. I was sick during the last meeting, so I attended virtually the regular meeting, but there wasn't anything really noteworthy that I thought to bring before the commission. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Commissioner Manus. Commissioner Carrillo, the New Mexico School Boards Association.
Nothing to report, but I'm kind of bummed that I wasn't on top of this sooner. You know, they have a conference here during legislature where they meet and they have all sorts of different breakout sessions and stuff like that. And I was just looked on it here to see if maybe it was in February, early March. It was February 2nd through 4th. I didn't realize it was that early this year because I was going to say that any of us, you know, could contact Joe Yen and say, can we be a guest at any of their sessions? And I can't see any reason they would say no, because it's just, we're all, you know, it's knowledge. But anyway, so I'll be on top of that more in the future. I know that they have their law conference coming up, which is widely attended by people even outside of the NMSBA, because they do a super duper job with that. I don't have a lot to report. I would like us to be involved in their convention, you know, in December. It's always the last Friday of November, first Saturday of December, so that we can, and if we have plenty of lead time, we can do this, present about all the great things that are happening in our charters and where especially smaller districts could benefit from what's happening. We were discussing this at lunch, which really needed to be 45 minutes and not 30. But we were discussing this at lunch because smaller districts have this ability to pilot and pivot in a way that large districts don't. So in so many ways, what we're doing with state charters is something that they could learn from and implement. So I would like to not drop a ball on that. And I don't know who would present or how it would work, but I'd like us to be a part of that. And I can ask Joe, you know, when all this is over, the session, we can meet for lunch. I say, what do you need from us to make this happen? And because I think it'd be really good. And the one that's at the Embassy Suites, and they really offer a wonderful lunch down there at their convention. They do great. They have a prime rib lunch for everybody at the Embassy Suites during the convention. Because, you know, I'm all about the food. All right.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Taylor, New Mexico State Library Commission.
Yes, sir. Thank you. I actually attended my very first New Mexico Library Commission meeting on January 27th. They too provided an outstanding lunch with various drinks. I mean, lots of assortment. No. The commission, the people I met seemed to be great people. I'm not sure that I made the connection in my mind on why the PEC has a liaison to the New Mexico State Library Commission. I'm happy to be there. They're great people. I could learn a lot. I learned that librarians are not just people that go get your book and sign you out. They're absolute great resource people, and then they're trained in all kinds of areas. And I was totally impressed with that. And they're asking for a very large sum of money from the legislature to help distribute to the state library. So good work.
Can I just say, it's a rollover from the state school board. That's where the seat was. And they had requested that we get off of it. Our prior, not before Commissioner Armijo, the commissioner who served for about 2 years on it, every time she came back, she said, they want me off. And we couldn't figure out how we, how we would do that. We just thought, okay, you're just off, but apparently there's some statute that makes the seat, the state school board, the seat, and that sticks it.
It's statute that who makes up the commission, and one of them is, one of them is an appointee from the PEC. They were very congenial, very warm and welcome, and so great people.
Thank you. And then one that's not on here is the New Mexico Association of School Business Officials, ASBO for short. Commissioner Beck, that is one that you also would like to be part of. And so we would welcome you to be part of that, and we can make some connections to that group as well. All right. Item number 15, report from the chair. I'll be super brief because I know what time it is, and I know many of us have to travel. And some people have to eat dinner tonight before 10. I just wanted to share, it's always an honor to spend a lot of time with you all. I appreciate it. I also appreciate everyone who's teaching me how to be better at open meetings acts or following Robert's rules. You can probably see I'm a little bit more loosey-goosey, but I'm trying to get a lot more technical, Commissioner Carrillo. And so I promise I'll continue to get more refined as we move forward. But I appreciate everyone's work today. I just have one school issue I wanted to raise. It happened this morning for me, and Dan Hill was here as well to let me know. North Valley Academy, first and foremost, they had a sinkhole on their school site a couple weeks ago, and so it has hurt the building pretty significantly. So they're trying to figure out. They have the engineers and everyone out there trying to figure out what to do to make sure that the building is safe for students. So they had to, and I just learned about this morning from a parent that called me that was concerned. They've been in remote learning this week and will be in remote learning at least starting early next week. But it may be longer. After I talked to Dan today when he was here, it sounds like it's a pretty significant issue. And so anyhow, I let the CSD team know. Karina, I think I let you know about North Valley Academy, or I may have talked to Martika. I can't remember. It was right before the meeting, but I know that they're going to reach out to the school as well. That's the only school issue that's on my mind. And then I think Wayne, you could probably share a little bit more about the Senate bill that we were going to talk about. Matt told me that you might have had to leave before 4, so I wanted to get that out as soon as I could. But we will likely have some more conversation around what to do potentially on Monday as well. But Wayne, I'll let you go since I know that it sounds like you have to leave sooner than later.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Brown and commissioners. Man, 3 days of this, you guys are awesome. That's all I got to say. And you're tough. And some of you are like, this is not what I signed up for. But anyway, you guys are doing a great job, and you're supporting charter schools. And that's why I'm here too, supporting charter schools as a former leader and now at the next level. And I feel like I'm learning along with all the new commissioners here too. This is I guess I kind of feel like, when you're 17, 18 and you thought you knew everything, and now I'm 22, 23 and I'm realizing I know nothing. So anyway, House Bill 143. This is a big one, and Matt would like to see support on next week on this one. And it is the conflict of interest policy. And so it is not, this bill isn't affecting the regular public schools. It's only for charter schools. So it's being selective on this. And we have no problem with the conflict of interest if it affects all public schools equally. That's the whole point. This is what Matt says. We and several other groups came up with harsh opposition to the bill, but because the House Government and Indian Affairs Committee did not have a quorum today, it's going to be heard tomorrow. Okay, so it's going to be heard on Saturday. HB 143. Also, another bad bill.
Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So it's a conflict of interest policy.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's supposed to have a conflict of interest. So what is this? How are they targeting charters here? I mean, what is it? The language like what?
Okay, so, like we were talking at lunch, you have these very small districts or very small charter schools that are very isolated somewhere. And you might have somebody that works for you that is a relative of yours. And because there's only 6 people in town and, you have to call the plumber to fix the heater at the school or fix the roof or the sinkhole or whatever else you have. Or maybe you have a caterer that comes to the school because they're the only restaurant. And I get that we already have a conflict of interest that is being signed. And so now this is just going to make it even more restrictive and on charter schools specifically. That's the problem. It's not the conflict of interest. It's what the conflict of interest is being targeted just on charter schools and not on all schools equally. And so that's the big problem.
Is that their reasoning? There's been all this abuse with small charters in the rural areas? It just seems stupid to me.
We saw a lot of abuse.
I know you don't like when I use the S word.
Just recently.
It's their answer to the foundation issue. It really is. This is how they figured out their answer to the problem with the audit. This is how they figured how to answer that. It's ridiculous. It really is, because it doesn't address the concern that the auditor
right
or that we've raised, but this honestly is their answer to that.
Thank you.
Okay, and to move on, Senate Bill 422 is being heard in the Senate Education on Monday. And this is the bill that I can't remember who asked me, Stephen, it might have been you, Commissioner, that asked me about this. Or I don't know if it's Commissioner Ingham. You asked me about this. It's going to be heard on Monday. And what this bill is doing, this is another one that we oppose. We are requesting a representative from the PEC to join us to provide commentary in opposition to this bill on Monday at the Senate Education Committee. The designee should reach out to Matt to coordinate. So if you want to reach out to Matt Paul, he probably will be here any minute. What is
the topic of the bill?
This is. Yeah. I didn't want to say that, but if you guys are going to say it, that what it is, it's to put a cap on charter schools, which there already is a cap, by the way, that's in statute. And I was talking to Karina about that earlier. But this is now looking at so Santa Fe right now has 2 new charter schools that are going to go through, going through the process. They've already filled out the application. And if this bill passes, they wouldn't even get a chance because the cap is already over 10%. In Santa Fe County right now. Or Santa Fe School District. Sorry, not the county, the school district.
So if I can give Wayne just a real quick layman's rundown, like what this bill is trying to do, and Commissioner Gibson and Wayne definitely plug in. But I read this yesterday after Commissioner Gibson raised it. It essentially creates a moratorium on charter schools in places where over 10% of the student body in a given district is already choosing to go to a charter school.
No.
Right?
No. It's caps. You can't open a charter school if the charter population currently exceeds 10% of the traditional school's student population. Yeah. So it essentially shuts down APS, Santa Fe, probably Taos, Las Cruces, probably even Espanola at this point in time. So that someone thought that they were brighter than the average bear and decided to do it this way, as opposed to titling it a moratorium so that people wouldn't pay as much attention. If you have Legiscan alert or something, you highlight a word. So moratorium is one of the words that I always highlight in case it comes up on any bill. I get a notice that a bill was just dropped that uses the word moratorium. So it didn't come up. And so it was dropped. It was only dropped a week on Monday, this past Monday.
Last week ago, yeah.
Yeah. So this is moving really fast, because it's 422. But it's also being sponsored by, Senator Stewart. So there's, there's some back behind that and kind of a need to move it up the ladder.
But doesn't the NEA oppose it?
Oh, I seriously doubt it.
I thought, so I'd heard NEA
No,
oppose it.
NEA opposes the cabinet secretary's change.
Okay, that was
But
it.
NEA wouldn't, I'm gonna say NEA would never oppose this.
No, I
ever.
understand.
No,
So, I mean, you were polite in saying creates a moratorium. The word I use is monopoly. It's like larger districts do not want anybody else taking their kids, their money. And they just want a monopoly on schools, shut everybody else out. It's shameful.
And that is a real misnomer that the district schools have, because most charter schools don't take all of their kids from the district schools. These kids come from a lot of different areas. Maybe they're being homeschooled right now. Maybe they're already on an online school. Aldo had a lot of parents that moved to Grant County because of the school. And this happens to many, many charter schools, and they don't, the districts want to look at it like you're taking 200 kids away from the district, when in reality, you're not taking 200 kids. It probably is much less than 50% is what the kids that were in the district would go to the charter school. So that is quite a misnomer. Okay, and then I wanted to finish off by just saying, we really want to echo Commissioner Burt's comments on the site visit reports today, that we want to make sure that site visits are worthwhile to the school. They are worthwhile to the school. We know that there's a lot of time that has elapsed from the time the data is available to the time the site visit. And as this morning, now I can't represent Aldo Leopold, but I was the director when that data was collected. And I can tell you that if we had our new framework that we're proposing for the math, for example, we saw the state data, and we saw that there was an issue. So we looked at our MAPS scores, or NWEA, and I can't tell you what that acronym stands for, but it's our test that we give the kids, and we can track our kids that way. And from the time they come into the school in 6th grade, again, they're coming from all over the place. They're coming from homeschool, they're coming from online school, they're coming from the district school. They come in at a certain level, and you can see every single year through their grades, all the way through middle school and into high school, they were increasing in their math score. And I know it's hard to believe looking at when it's only 20%, but it's still an improvement. And our new framework is going to be able to show that, because if we take option 2 in that new framework, I'm going to be able to show you that data. So I won't be using the state data. I'll be using the school data to show that. So I really think that's a big plus in the new framework that we're looking at, to be able to show that. So I just wanted to bring that up, that it does help to come to these site visits. It makes when Karina and her team get to visit with the directors and talk to them, and it's not punitive, that they're coming and saying, look, we want to help you. They are doing a great job. It's a very hard job. And I mean, the amount of schools that the CSD has to do, wow, that's amazing too. So thank you guys for all your support. And if you have any questions for me.
Great. Thank you, Wayne. All right. So this might be where I'm a little bit clunky with the OMA, but Commissioner Gibson and the rest of the commissioners, I do think that we should have a voice on Senate Bill 422. I know we don't have this on here to have an approval from we can't necessarily approve this, that you're speaking on behalf of the entire Public Education Commission, since we didn't vote on that. But there's nothing that precludes us as individual commissioners to go and speak on behalf of our voice as a commissioner. Is that correct?
Correct. And just so commissioners know, you can provide the comment online, so you don't have to be in person. But there's no specific time. The committee starts, and sometimes even the agenda changes because senators are meeting before other committees, so they move things around. So you have to be on when it begins, and kind of, be listening, because they take the comment before the committee has their hearing. They'll ask who's in favor, so that you have to type your name in, and they'll usually ask who's in favor, and you type your name in and identify yourself who's not in favor, and then they'll allow you to speak. But that happens at the beginning, not at the end of that hearing. So it has to be timely. But I would also strongly recommend you send a letter to, send an email to all of the members of the Senate Ed Committee, and just, reference that bill and speak to the points of how detrimental it is. And, and please reach out if they have any questions before the hearing on Monday, but to present your sentiments at that point in time. I think that's also as powerful, not a canned, because I think Julia can attest the fact that, they do keep track of how many emails come in. They don't like the, it's all the same, but when they're individual sentiments, that gets noted by legislators. It does.
And I thank you, Commissioner. Would you be okay to connect with Matt Paul? And great,
Yep.
thank you.
Yeah, I
think
will
that'd be
do
great.
that. Yep.
What's that? Great. Excellent. Yeah. And I think that maybe you all can sync up, just like, I'll let Matt know that the three of you, sadly, I have a dentist appointment on Monday at this time. I'd much rather come up here than do a root canal, but it's at 8:30. Yeah. And Senate Education. Okay. Great. And if you have a senator on Senate Education, I think that Julia whispered this to me, and I totally agree. I've reached out to a lot of senators and representatives. When they're my own, I feel like I get a little bit more traction. And so if you do have somebody who is representing you from home on there, I think that has even more gravitas for sure. Yeah. All right, we're going to move to 16 PEC comments. This is also a time where there's no discussion, no action items taking place, but just an opportunity for each of you to share your voice. Commissioner Carrillo, how about we start there and we'll just,
No.
I'm sorry.
We won't do just if you want to.
Yeah. you
Gotcha.
have to talk.
Yeah.
Great.
So no one raised their hand.
Oh, I just had, I'm sorry. It's just a really quick one. You probably read about it in the newspaper, and I'm sorry, I can't remember the exact, the accolades that the kids got. They're going to DC. It might be robotics or something, Monte del Sol Charter School in the science. They've just had in the last couple of weeks, some really, I just wanted to shout out to them, and I didn't bring my notes because it was in the newspaper about the kids from that school. And it's in the sciences, and I believe in the sciences and robotics, just remarkable achievement from kids at Monte del Sol. So shout out to Monte del Sol.
Thank you, Commissioner Carrillo.
I've already submitted my documents. I have to go so I can.
All right. I see no one's hands raised or the spirit moving them. So we're gonna move on. 17, discussion of new business topics for the next agenda. Vice Chair.
I have one really quick, just because I keep forgetting about it. And I don't know if it actually has to be on the next agenda, or maybe it's just something that CSD needs to help us start getting thought of. Is the National Charter School Conference is coming up in June. And I know it takes some time for y'all to prepare out of state travel for however many people are possibly thinking about coming. So I don't know if we could put it on the work session for next month but if you guys want to start sending out emails or whatever you want to do to get us ready for that.
Just sent an email about that today to our procurement.
Oh, perfect. No, so this is the National Charter School Alliance. They do the National Charter School Conference, and it's in Austin in June. I think it's June, middle of June.
Great.
And it's last year, I'll just say really quickly, my experience last year going to both as for a first time, right? First time in person, Because the first year we were here is virtual and they are not the same virtually. In person, the National Charter School Conference is very much like on the ground charter school experience. So like what are innovative charter schools doing across the country? What are programs they're using? Like what are charter schools actually doing is predominantly the theme. They do have some authorizer sessions that were really helpful. They were generally run by NACSA. Those sessions were. So, but there were some really helpful ones in there that were authorizer specific, but the conference itself isn't specific for authorizers. It's much more just broad, but really great to like get ideas and information nationally. Yeah, very expensive. That was the big takeaway I had last year. Then the NACSA, going to the NACSA conference after, like honed in on the authorizing, but nationally, which was also once again really valuable to get that experience. So they're very different tones too. The National Charter School Conference is much more fun.
Yeah.
Is that, I don't know if that's like, but it's like very upbeat and like really like fun.
Austin has great food.
And then NACSA is a little bit more serious. NACSA is a little bit more serious toned. So that's also what I recognize the difference between the two, but both very, very good. All right. That's the only thing I had.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised, so I'm going to move to the item number 18, adjourn. Do we have a motion?
Move to adjourn.
Second.
Second. And we do not vote on that? Is that
You
right?
do. You have to.
Roll call vote, please.
The only reason.
A motion from Vice Chair Byrd, and then I believe who seconded?
Only reason you have to do roll call is.
Taylor. Yeah.
Commissioner Taylor. Secretary Melissa, Secretary Armijo votes yes. Vice Chair Burt,
Yes.
Commissioner Carrillo,
Yes.
Commissioner Ingham,
Yes, absolutely.
Commissioner Paschalich,
Yes.
Commissioner Gibson,
Yes.
Commissioner Manus,
Yes.
Commissioner Beck,
Yes.
Commissioner Taylor,
Yes.
and Chair Brower.
Yes.
That
Safe tra-
passes.
Thank you. Thank you, Melissa. I hope you all have a wonderful weekend and safe travels home.